Hello, VOD friends. Hope you're having a good day. See you in a minute. I forgot the music. You were all sitting here in silence. I'm also not logged into my Spotify account. Welcome, by the way, everyone. I had to do something really quick before stream here. You can't see my face, but I can assure you I'm here. I'll catch up with chat in just a second. I can see it moving there. Probably not that one. That's our music. Put it on shuffle today, mix things up a little bit. Ooh, okay. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, let me show myself. Boom. Hope you're having a wonderful day today, everyone. Let's see. Chunky, welcome in. Casey, welcome to the stream. And thank you so much for the subscription, Casey. Welcome to the stack. Enjoy your emote, your sub badge, and your ad-free viewing. Where's Stardew? Stardew, I didn't open you either. I'm so prepared to stream today. This is what happens when I take a day off. Also something to mention, Kristen Peachy, I don't know if you're here, but thank you so much for the subscription. You did it while I was offline, which haven't had that happen before, I don't think. I'll catch up with everybody, just 1 second here. That's right. Kemi, welcome to the stream. Katharina, Mermaid, Lambelle. Oh, we're starting out with sneakers today, I see. You say oops. That was not unintentional. No way. I'm gonna need to turn a fan on. It's warm in here. Hi, faceless voice. Zan, welcome in. Casey. Let's see, who said that they were... Ninka. Hello. Finally happy to be able to catch a stream. Awesome to see you, Ninka. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for joining us. Sapling, welcome in, and welcome in as well. Hello to all you filthy animals. I almost missed that. It's almost been a week and we're still on that, huh? Alright, let me get sneakers and turn my fan on, because it is warm in here. It started out like 50 degrees outside today, and we're up to 70. Metric conversions might be a little tough on me there. Let's see. We started out at like... what would that be? Like 12? And we ended up at like 20? Somewhere around there. Oh, sneakers. Sneakers, I forgot. I'm so sorry. Come here, sneakers. 25 there. Oh man, that's like 80 plus, right? Yeah, that sounds awful. I'm sorry to hear that. Ooh, I've got sneakers. Don't worry, mermaid. Brobot, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far, and same to all of you. Hope you're all having a great day so far. So the reason I couldn't stream on Tuesday is because I wanted to play D&D. Unfortunately, I didn't mean to abandon you all, but we've had a lot of travel with our my D&D friends recently, and there was like one day this entire month we could play, and it was on that Tuesday. So I did cancel stream for that. I apologize. An extra 5 minutes to the timer for that. Well, I'm going to start the timer right now, so no need to worry. Let me actually get that going. Set a countdown timer for 5... Oh, wait, what? Set a countdown timer for 32 minutes. Does that satisfy, mermaid? Are you appreciative now? Acid Fountain, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. How's my microphone volume? If anyone could chime in on that. Scam? I wasn't sure about my microphone just because it's very good. Awesome. Thank you, Ann. Yeah, I had to unplug it because we needed it for D&D. I've got the best microphone in the group, surprisingly. Let's see. Set a countdown timer for 5 hours. I mean, you all are welcome to keep it up as long as you want. Let's go ahead and get started, huh? Yeah, I normally wouldn't not stream for D&D, but it was the only time we could play this month, so I felt kind of bad to everyone else. You can leave. We have sneakers anyways. I should have just had sneakers stream while I was at D&D. Shelby! Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the stack, Shelby. Enjoy your... Wait, I always forget these. Your sub badge, your emotes, and your ad-free viewing. Welcome to the stack, Shelby. Thank you so much for using your sub tier. Your sub here, my goodness. I need to get better headphones. It's like hard to hear myself speak and it makes me slur my words. Courtesy of Mr. Bezos. Yeah. I need to use mine. I always try to use it on like some random Stardew streamer I find. And then we become friends. Oh, that turned out really good. I made myself a chai tea latte. I was going to start at Starbucks, and I'm like, why would I pay $5 when I can get one at home. It's actually almost $6 now. The price went up again. Buy spaghetti. Daddy Jeff money. Sneakers could play Junimo Kart. Sneakers could easily beat me in Junimo Kart. To be honest, Sneakers could probably beat me in Junimo Kart too. Don't feel bad about that. Sneakers is a goat. Well, he's literally a leopard, but also a goat. Ooh, it feels good to be back on these statues. I miss that popping sound. It's amazing that I only took like 1 day off, and it feels like it's been so long since I played last. I did some minor things. I updated the FAQ in a few places. I actually updated the spreadsheet a little bit as well. I don't know if I finished doing that or not. There was a adjustment I made to the spreadsheet that made it a lot cleaner, the equations. Someone suggested it on YouTube, and I'm like, yeah, that's perfect. We don't have a Gamba today. We'll probably do it another day, though. Probably like tomorrow, if it's not someone's birthday. Oh, sorry, I'm missing some people. I need to actually play D&D eventually. A group I've been DMing has been trying to finish our campaign for over a year now. We've been playing about once a month. I totally get it, yeah. D&D scheduling issues are very rampant, and it's kind of crazy how ubiquitous that is. I guess scheduling in general is difficult, and when you're scheduling like a 5-hour session and trying to do it like once a month, that's very difficult to do. Or even once a week like we're trying to do. Strawberry, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. And Mermaid, thank you so much. Yeah, it's still not merged. I should probably take care of that. To be fair, the FAQ has a link to the spreadsheet on it. Maybe I should put links on the spreadsheet to the FAQ. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mermaid. Twitch is really weird for me sometimes. Sometimes it'll like work better than YouTube, which doesn't seem like it makes sense at all. And then other times it just won't function slightly. I wonder if it's a Twitch thing. Oh, we will also be getting a new emote soon, courtesy of Wickety Chickety, because she apparently had a really good idea for an emote, and she made it and sent it to me, so I'm very excited for that to finish off. I did post it in Discord, so some of you might have seen it already. Yeah, I'll probably put a few more things on that totals page, and that's probably a good idea in general. I can put the checklist on there too. Oh, I updated the checklist too. That's what I did today. I was trying to remember, like, I definitely did something else. So now there's actual numbers on the checklist. The Call Kevin one, yep, Lamb. Yeah, Wickedy just messaged me on Twitch and was like, hey, I had this idea for an emote, so I made it for you. And I was like, oh my goodness, thank you so much. I honestly, I don't know how to respond to those things at all, so I feel bad if I was... I don't know how to say thank you. Obviously you say thank you, but I feel like it's always inefficient. Like it's not enough. Wait, which was being homophobic and not letting you watch Blade? Oh, Wickedy! Thank you so much for the emote. Twitch is still processing it. So hopefully soon. It usually takes like 3 to 4 days for emotes to go through for me. But it looks so cute. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad you made that. I was actually thinking about like a Call Kevin emote, but I had no idea what to do. But that's like so perfect. Dusk, welcome in. Glad you like the Leah Pride emote. I really like how that one turned out. That one's mostly thanks to Onion. We take those carp surprises. Those five carp surprises right there. That's 20 carp. It's a good deal. Blade had on cat cam today. Oh, man. Oh, I did see the notification. I always see the notification in the morning for Blade, but I'm like, I'm on my way to work. I don't even have time to open the stream. I'm driving. Gordon is such a cute kitty. Agree completely. Alright, how'd we do? Oh, Omnis did win today. Keep that in mind for your bets tomorrow. Oh, is Twitch just down for you then? Gosh. Twitch has been fine for me today, as far as I could tell. Oops. Oops. How do we walk up? Let's find out. Oops. What am I doing? I gotta get back into the groove of things. There we go. How many carp supplies are we at? 605. So we still need 400-ish times 4. So 1,600 carp. That's so many. W Omnis indeed. Joyce Water, welcome in. Oh, I don't know if any of you saw on Discord, but I added a extension to my Twitch. Well, I think it was just BTV. No, well, I added is it BBTV? Whatever it is, which lets me change people's names. So hopefully I won't forget names anymore. And I added another extension that lets me see pronouns. So if you go to Discord on the announcement section, there is a place for you to put in your pronouns, and anyone who has the extension can see them there. So if you're curious about doing something like that, feel free to do it. Space Harpy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Alright. Where did we leave off? I did all my normal morning stuff, but I'm trying to figure out where to go next. And I think it's a Saturday. I think we just go to the island. Big site. Yes, it should pop up in a second. Nope. Why isn't it working? Nightbot. Maybe you have to do it on its own? Oh. Worst comes to worst, there should be a link below my stream too if you're not on mobile. Today I worked out, I can't just rely on Cord's 82 million run for rough routing since I don't feel like forcing raid totems. Oh man. I feel like forcing raid totems is the way to go though. Hey, we'll take a fossilized tail. It just saves so much time watering, right? Or are you gonna go straight for sprinklers? Oh, I gotta do that. That's my goal today. Oh, you have to start the message with the command. Okay. Honestly, I kind of like that. That's probably the best way to put it. Wait, you CBA? Oh, you don't need the money. I see. Well, I mean, you need money, but not nearly as much. I guess for perfection, you just need... What, like... I mean, you're not doing an Argon Matrix. You'll probably need a little bit more money than that, obviously, but you probably won't need more than 20 million, right? Only 12, 13 million, huh? Wait, what did Argon get for the min money run, min spending run? He did just finish that recently, right? Well, you need the obelisk and the golden clock, right? So that's all of it right there. Pretty much. I guess you don't need any more money. Oh, it was exactly 13.6. Well, you know, not exactly, but... Okay. Where am I going? I might be doing double work today. I might be cutting this down, too. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you saying you're only getting the 12, 13 million from farming, and then you're not counting the money you get from everywhere else? I thought you meant you needed that much total, and I'm like, that's pretty much how much Argon needed. And you're very clearly not doing that run. Oh, for anyone curious, because I don't think I made it clear, Argon Matrix did a minimum money run and streamed it. Basically the least amount of money possible to get finished with perfection. And just finished it, like, last week, I think? I would give CA so many hugs for the option to skip cutscenes on Switch. Wait, you can't skip cutscenes on Switch? I actually had no idea that was the case. I wonder why that is. It is 1.5. I know there's, like, some slight differences. That seems like a strange difference to have, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Zan, you might have been doing it unnecessarily. So apparently you can press the minus key to skip, according to most of my chat. It's a secret. You said it so freely, though. You can press F. On PC, yes. Good to see you, by the way. Is it, let's see. Oh, no. Principessa? I feel like I'm overthinking names so much right now. I apologize if I get your name wrong today. That's on me. Mountain Lake, Zan. Definitely the Mountain Lake early game. If it's raining, the river for catfish is really good if you can catch the catfish. But I'd personally recommend being at least fishing level 2 or 3 before you try to catch catfish. I kept wanting to say princess, because it looks kind of like princess, and my brain just wouldn't let me actually read the letters. Yeah, I have a lot of trouble with catfish in the early game. Although I haven't tried it in a long time, so maybe I'm better now. Letters are my greatest nemesis. Oh, it's Princess in Italian. Okay, I'm just gonna call you Princess in Italian from now. Principessa. I feel like I'm adding a letter there. Principessa. That sounds right. Italian princess. My language just, I mean, my brain just breaks when I try to read other languages. Except for, like, German, which is pretty close to English. And, like, the Germanic languages as well. Like, my brain just does not handle, like, letters changing sounds or meaning very well at all. Even though I'm not Italian. Come on, Starfruit. Ooh. We have 888 followers, which is not reflected down here because I forgot to change the follower count. It's pretty close, though. Usually it's off by a lot more than that. Yeah, Wickedy, what was your native language again? I think you've told me before, but I cannot remember. Oh. Wonderful. That's mine too. I certainly have trouble with English as well, so. Yes, they are. It's like my brain refuses to, like, see letter combinations in any more than, like, one way. So I pronounce a word, like, exactly phonetically, and then I just don't remember how to pronounce it ever. Do you even English? Killing Machine, welcome in. I do even English. I also odd English, unfortunately. But I guess everyone does sometimes. English is a bad language. Yeah, English has some issues. It's also... It has some good things, too, though. There's a lot of words that mean the same thing, which is nice for poetry and writing and things. Then again, I can't read poetry and writing in other languages, so maybe I'm just biased. Why did you censor the word French? I can sort of read German. I always get hit with a verb that I have, like, zero clue what it means, so I'm, like, reading a German sentence, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm just gonna guess this means, like, make or can, and see how the sentence reads with that. I don't read German very often, but there's a subreddit on Reddit that's just like me IRL, but for Germans. Ich IRL. And I try to understand it sometimes, just to see if my German still works. What do teachers do on summer vacation? Well, we all go meet on a small island off the coast of Portugal, and we plan our lessons all over the summer. Obviously varies from teacher to teacher. This year, I'm going to be streaming, mostly. Yeah, I'm probably going to be streaming. I have to do some classes as well, which is very exciting. I did end up getting hired at that new school, which is very exciting. I can't wait. But I do have to take some classes over the summer to learn how to teach AP classes. I only understand sarcasm and memes. You know what? It's a good language. You can communicate a lot through a meme. Most people don't, but you can. I just dropped my phone in the running. Oh no, Chunky, I hope your phone's okay. Hey, JK. When is the best time to use a magic rock candy? The best time to use a magic rock candy is Skull Caverns, I think. There's just so many more things that luck affects in Skull Caverns than other places. I'm trying to think of a case when I wouldn't where I'd use it outside of Skull Caverns, and I really can't. It just, like, really helps your ladder drop rate, your treasure floors. I think it affects like the amount of iridium ore on the floor. I could be wrong about that though. Lesson planning. Yeah, I'll be doing some lesson planning. Really, I think very few teachers actually plan out their lessons like more than a week in advance. You can plan out the broad strokes, but like so much about the schedule changes in even a week. You need to like change things up a lot. Lego fan Forever 88, welcome to the stream. Oh man, I'll have to watch a bit later on. Walmart shopping. Oh, enjoy your Walmart shopping. I hope it all goes well. Yes, Belle. I'm going to be teaching physics now. Part of the reason I changed jobs was so I could teach physics, because that's what I got my degree in, and that's what I wanted to teach. So that's what I'll be teaching. I'm very excited for it. I'm going to be teaching physics, AP Physics, and AP Physics 2. So I'm going to have 3 different... Well, I'll have 5 classes, but 3 different types of classes. For teachers, we call them preps. So I have 3 preps, which is a lot for a teacher, unfortunately. But I'm excited to do it. My AP Physics 2 only has 8 students. So that class should be pretty easy to prep for. J-Curve, that's right, I'm so sorry. Here, I can fix this. I have the technology now. Okay, I fixed your name. Now I'll never get it wrong again, probably. If desperate, magic rock candy is okay for forcing a chest to be rare in the volcano. Ooh, that's a pretty good use for it. I think you up your chance of cinder shard clumps too with your luck, or is that just daily luck? That might just be daily luck. Oh no, strawberry! Is your everything on the shelf okay? Oh, where did I go? I had no idea where I was. I don't know if I would assume current luck affects gambling, but I actually don't know that. I don't gamble much in this game. I will have to later on, but I haven't done it yet, so. That was half a golden right there. Luck I don't think affects radioactive ore at all. Daily luck does, but not like current luck. So this luck right here from the spicy eel I don't think affects radioactive ore at all. But the daily luck does. Luck does affect gambling quite a bit. Alright, maybe I'll be using magic rock candy to get my alien rare crows then. Okay. Oh, really? Radioactive ore is affected by luck level, Mermaid? I'm having so many conversations right now. I assume that's what you meant by that, though. It does not affect iridium spawn. Okay, I was wrong about that. Sorry, everyone. There's like so many random things that it affects and doesn't affect. I've had these shelves, Strawberry, next to this bookshelf I put up like years ago. I'm always afraid it's gonna fall because it has a lot of books on it. Okay, 1 second. I'm actually gonna show this off because I'm really proud of it. Sneakers, take 1 minute off, okay? Alright, let's... So, it might be the case that I occasionally throw some stuff to the side. So my room looks like it's cleaner than it is, but that's okay. We're gonna take a quick little break here. I will add a minute. I already added 2 minutes, Mermaid. Mind Bacon, welcome in. Sorry, the camera's off on purpose because we're gonna go look at my shelves real quick. If it sounds like Velcro, that's because it is Velcro. Okay. Oh, this doesn't reach very well, does it? Okay. Whoop, there we go. Alright. So I made these a while ago. I made like schematics and everything on paper. And they're just covered in books, as you can see. I've always been afraid they're just gonna like fall over. But they seem pretty solid. Penalty for interruption. It'll happen, I'm sure. I've also got my posters over there and my hamper. I'm not going to pan down anymore because we're not going to look at my floor. Yeah, that's my bookshelf. We're going to now make sure we don't look at any other part of my room other than what's behind me and my bookshelf. All right. I actually think that's pretty close to the right height. We probably want to drop it just a little bit there. Maybe a little too much. Yeah, too much. This is usually off-camera work. That's fine. That's not too bad. If you have any questions about the challenge, Mind Bacon, feel free to let me know. We want the floor. The floor will forever remain a mystery. It's, there's a lot down there right now. I'll just say that. Whoops. I think we got everything here. Chest noises. Oh, gosh. You didn't miss anything. Big Sneakers can. Sneakers just wanted a close-up. Thank you, Wickedy. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was like my first like project I did where I actually like planned something out and made sure it worked. I mean, I guessed on the tolerances, but it seemed like it should have worked. Okay, I guess we're having more sneakers, huh? How much time did I have left on sneakers? I still had 2 minutes. Alright, fine. Set a countdown timer for 35 minutes. That should more than make up for your complaints, mermaid. Yeah, there's a towel on the ground, and so you're not that far off. Are you satisfied, mermaid? Oh, man. Hedgehog, welcome in. I arrived straight into a sneakers stream. Day is looking up. I'm glad that sneakers can bring you so much warmth and joy. He's certainly bringing my head a lot of warmth and joy right now. Speaking of which, my monitors got misaligned due to the, You didn't see anything. That was just my blanket. It was hanging off of my other chair. Whoops. He's certainly keeping my head warm. I think that's the thought I left off on. Yeah, we haven't had non-sneaker stream yet, thanks to Mermaid's and Anne's contributions. I should limit it to once per person per stream. That way you all have to work together to get a permanent sneaker stream. Welcome in, by the way, Hedgehog. I don't know if I said that, but... Big butt sneakers cam. Ah! Keep missing. Yeah, that's the hardest part no one tells you about streaming. You have to make, like, about 1/5 of your room clean. Oh, absolutely, Mermaid. I'm just saying you have to work for it, right? Like, you have to have multiple people coordinate. It can't just be one person. It's more fun that way, because chat has to get involved. Like, who's gonna do the sneaker stream next? Sort of thing. Always feel like I feel like I'm always doing dishes and I live alone. Yeah, I have gotten a little sneaky about it. I tend to like eat food directly out of Tupperware to avoid doing more dishes. I hate making things in pots and pans because then I have to clean them. Which sucks because that's how you make the best food. That's true. I could get a green screen. I've considered a green screen. I don't know though. I kind of like having my whiteboard. I have to like change my lighting a little bit to make it readable though. Come on. I did remember making mac and cheese one time, and I just ate it straight out of the pot I cooked it in. I feel like a lot of people probably do that, but it felt very funny to me. Oh man, crockpots are a miracle. I don't know how they work. Well, I mean, I know exactly how they work, but it's amazing like how good they can make food taste. Slow cooking is amazing. Yeah, they work by magic. Close. They work by heat, but magic is kind of like heat. That's the only way to eat mac and cheese. You know what? Fair enough. My animation canceling honestly wasn't that bad. There were certainly some points where it sucked, but it seems better than it used to. I also missed that shot.
Oh, it's a person.
Oh wow, that's a name. Let's see here. Rentor. I'm sorry. Rentor. Fell Perkin. Lokener. Lokener. I'm sorry, I have no idea if I said that right, but welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for your follow. Jay Schwan, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. Science teacher, let us have magic. The crazy thing is, like, science is magic, and y'all want more for some reason. We can already do, like, absolutely insane things with science, and you're all just like, but I want to cast Fireball. I want a Patronus. All this lame crap. While I'm over here, looking at stars in a distant galaxy and understanding what they're made out of just by the light they give off. I have an Instant Pot and it terrifies me. When I get over being afraid of pressure cookers, I'll use it. I do want to cast Fireball, yes. But not like at people. I just want to burn one forest down. There's gotta be like one forest that's okay to do that for, right? See if I can get in bed. There are some D&D spells I'd want in real life. There's quite a few that I would not want to exist in real life. Now, I can say with all my heart that if I had certain spells in D&D, I would not abuse them. But I can't speak for the whole population of the world. Bear Jeremy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. Does a billionaire's house count as a forest? As long as there's no people inside. I would absolutely abuse that power. I was being partially sarcastic, Casey. I imagine I would have a rampant abuse of power. Onion, welcome in. Doing a project with some friends. We'll chat when you're done. Awesome. Enjoy your project, and thank you so much for the lurk. And, you know, I honed my forest destroying skills in Stardew. I have to use them for something, right, Jay? Alright, we're gonna go... Whoa. Actually kind of scared me. Is an Instant Pot basically a crock pot? That might just be a different name for it. Because I haven't heard that term before. Because an Instant Pot does not sound like a crock pot. Because crock pots take hours, right? Or is that more like a rice cooker? It just boils things really fast. Oh, it's a pressure cooker. Okay. I don't think I've ever used a pressure cooker before. Yeah, that would actually kind of scare me too, now that I'm thinking about it. No, hands. Careful. Yeah, that's a lot of energy that's being stored, like, pretty close to you. And you're kind of just trusting that pot not to explode. But you trust a lot of those things every day, right? Like a microwave would melt your face off if the door wasn't there. So next time you're using your microwave, go up to the door and say thank you. Messed that up pretty bad, huh? Oh man. This is actually hurting my hands already. Make rice perfectly in like 10 minutes. Yeah. We don't eat a whole lot of rice, although I do love it. When we do, we usually make the kind that you make on the stovetop. That was already, like... What's the word I'm looking for? Freeze-dried or something along those lines. Or it's just dry, and you just heat it up on the stovetop. Takes a little longer than a pressure cooker, but... You also don't die. No. I'm sure that pressure cookers are entirely safe, otherwise people wouldn't use them. I'm mostly joking. I see people talking about safety to latches, like, yes, I know it's probably safe. Just like microwaves are safe. Still on the slow cooker in rice cooker dual method. Oh, so you're slow cooking something at the same time you're cooking rice in a pot? Okay, so you cook something and then you make the rice when the other crockpot stuff is ready. I like it, I like it. There's some really good rice. I don't know if there's Trader Joe's everywhere, but we get this rice from Trader Joe's that's absolutely delicious. I think it's just called rice pilaf, but obviously it's not like the only rice pilaf there is. Yeah, Trader Joe's has some really good food. They also have some misses, and it's always unfortunate when I find one, but most of the time I get something from Trader Joe's and I'm very happy. I'm pretty content, joyous water, with missing one of them. It happens. Might need to leave because my internet doesn't like me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, mermaid. I hope your internet gets better, but don't feel bad about leaving. It happens. Oh man, my nose is getting stuffed up. Since Onion is too busy with her project, I guess we can do a prediction. Whoops. Yeah, that one. More Omnis than anything else. That work? Yes, it did. So, if you'd like to join in... Seekers, you gotta stay up there, okay? You just have to vote whether you think we're going to get more Omnis than anything else. There is a 1 in 4 chance that Omnis will win. I'll say that. Although you can gather some information here in the next minute or so. Because this is the first, like, third of them. All in, Katharina. Oh boy, this is a big prediction. Alright, we get to see what's up here now. It's a good spread in here. I'd say it's about even. Maybe gold bars are lagging behind. Two people all in. Look, Algo doing a prediction all on his own. I managed. It's pretty easy, honestly. $500 in. Alright, I believe... Oh, we still got a minute or so on the prediction. Ooh, we gotta empty these. Okay, I gotta remember to do that. A USA food question. Well, I happen to be an expert on USA food, so go ahead, Katharina. Alright. Oh, Strawberry. I haven't played Stardew in a few days. I got back resetting a Pokemon starter. Full odds Pokemon Black. I'm at 7,800 resets. Oh. I don't know if I could ever farm for shinies. It's just... feels like nothing I would enjoy. Whoops. What is a Sundae ice cream? I don't know if there's like a solid definition of a sundae. Like, I'm trying to think right now, and usually when I say like a sundae, it's just like a cone of ice cream or like a scoop of ice cream, but they put like something on top of it. So usually I'll get like a caramel sundae, so it's like a scoop of ice cream in kind of a bowl with caramel drizzled on top, and then I usually get sprinkles because I like sprinkles. Yeah. Yeah, soft serve ice cream is important too, part of it. I forgot about that. Yeah, so it's just shorthand for like a specific, not even a very specific, like kind of a broad type of ice cream. I do not enjoy it. This is about closure. Are you close to getting a whole bunch of them or something? Okay, it's just trying to get the one, huh? And it's so hard to get shinies. But then again, it like lost its luster in Let's Go. Wait, no. Pokemon Go. That's the word I'm looking for. For me, just because it's so easy to get the shinies in that game. It's like, oh, everyone has shinies. Everyone has every shiny because it's super easy to get them. So at least it's still pretty rare in the other games, but I feel like it's a little too rare. I don't know. I don't think you could make anyone happy. Well, Jacob, I'm not eating them. No. I need to stack the fish, right? So I need 999 of every fish in the game. These large basses, or largemouth basses in particular, I need 2 stacks of them. Because I need a stack for the stack, and I need a stack to make, what's it called? Crispy bass, I believe. So you need to go back in. You don't have any shinies in Pokemon Go? I guess you need to go to like a, they have like those special days where the shiny rate is a lot higher. I don't know. I feel like I didn't play that much, and I got like 20 to 30 shinies. They had like really special like community days, I think they called them, where you were like guaranteed to get a whole bunch of shinies on that day. Oh, you want to reclaim your shiny starter because you lost it. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Strawberry. That is a noble goal for sure. I saw an ad for Ben & Jerry's Sunday today, and I wondered... I'll try it what's in stores here. Yeah. I mean, usually when I think of Sunday, I don't think of it as something that you can just, like, buy at a store. Like, you wouldn't find Sunday in, like, a tub, you know? It's more of, like, something you get when you go to an ice cream store. But I guess that's just the flavor, right? So, they can call it whatever they want. Can't eat this. There we go. I need to go outside to have shinies. You know what? Fair enough. Can't really blame you on that one. Without sound, you can't hear Boba. I'm gonna call it Boba because I don't want to say the other thing. What do you all do to my chat? The only valid sundae is vanilla ice cream with doisty latte. It's doisty latte. I've had latte. I used to love that. Absolutely love it. And I can't even say it. I am disrespectful. I apologize. I'm not going to try again, though. Onion, I know you did that on purpose, but... I used to have that ice cream all the time. Alright, I gotta finish this. Dolce di leche. Leche? Dolce di leche. It doesn't sound right. I feel like I heard something different than that before. Oh, guess what it's time for? It's time for Gem Talk. How do you pronounce... No, I'm just kidding. I'll pick one off the list in just a second here. Let's grab these friends. Dulce di leche. Now I know you're all messing with me. In my language, this is called boiled condensed milk. Wait, is it actually just malt? I had no idea that that was malt. Well, no wonder I liked it. That makes sense. Alright. Gem Talk question. Chunky, get out of my chat, please. Ooh, this is a good one. I got a story for this one. Perfect. Alright, one of my headphones needs to come off so I can hear myself talk, because I am really messing up my words today. Alright. So what is the weirdest food you've ever eaten? Perfect timing for our discussion on food before here. Alright, Sapling, I'm going to trust you on this one. Dulce de len... Or is it leche? I don't even know how you'd say that, Sapling. Ostrich jelly. Ooh, that's a contender. That's very interesting, Shelby. Like, what makes it jelly? I'm kind of confused. Oh, ostrich jerky. I read it wrong. I apologize. I've actually had gator jerky before. It was very tough. I also had kangaroo jerky, which I think they might have been lying to me. Yes, thank you, Shelby. I'm sorry. Like, how would you make jelly out of ostriches? Rascal, welcome in. Let's see. Leche. I think that's how you say that? Leche? Is that what I said? Oh no. I'm gonna give up, but thank you, Rascal, for that. Thank you for helping me. It's unfortunately probably a lost cause. Goat meat still thinks you gag. Yeah, I can't imagine goat meat is like that much different than like sheep, right? And sheep tastes fine. I feel like most meat, it's about how you prepare it. I mean, certain animals for sure, but what happened to the Omnipole? Oh, it's oh no! I was supposed to finish that, wasn't I? I didn't finish it yet. Uh-oh. I don't know how many I had, did I? I might have to cancel that one. Or maybe we'll just do the remaining ones, and we'll decide from there. White part of grass is delicious. Onion's just mad because I said that touching grass isn't important, so please ignore her. I was joking when I said that, by the way. Let's just say Omni one. We're gonna base it off of the remaining ones because I still have to go through the Krobus tunnel, also known as the sewers. Goat meat has a very distinct smell. Yeah, that actually doesn't surprise me. I'm not doing a very good job keeping up with chat here. But while I'm getting my staircases, I can check everything again. Breaded crocodile nuggets. Is it Ali Rose? Welcome to chat. I'm probably inserting a syllable that's not there, so I apologize. Yeah, I said I had crocodile jerky, but I imagine that would be a lot softer to have like the nuggets. Let's see. Lambell, you said Holodez, basically bone and meat jelly. Is that kind of like the stuff they have in English breakfast? Or like the black pudding? I've had that before, and it was alright. I actually preferred the white pudding a lot. The white pudding was like delicious, and the black pudding was like, yeah, this is okay. That was my opinion on it, but if I could totally understand someone from like England disagreeing with me on that. Alright, let's catch up on these here. If you guys haven't eaten school supplies, then you are normal. Thanks, Chunky. Raw minced port. I think you maybe meant pork, Katharina. Yeah, you fixed it. With onions on bread is common food here, but it's probably strange to others. That actually sounds really good. That just sounds like a pork sandwich. Oh, but it's raw. I see. Yeah, raw pork. I don't know about that. I guess if it's clean, but it would probably be like really squishy. $27, $29. Oh, you looked back, J-Curve? Let me put those in my inventory so we can have a fair fight here. Thank you for checking that. Alright, I'm gonna trust J-Curve on this. We had 27 Omnis. 29 diamonds. Let's see here. 23 gold. And 25 iridium. That's a pretty fair split to begin with anyways. We had 40 Omnis. Calm down there, Chunky. I trust some people in chat more than others, as it turns out. Oh, I didn't even say mine. I was too busy reading all your disgusting foods. I've drunk alcohol made from lynches before. I mean, most alcohol is made from weird things, I feel like. Well, not like weird, that weird, but... It is an interesting one, though, for sure. Oh, Sam, welcome in. When I was a kid, I did fish fingers and custard because of Doctor Who. Not terrible, but very weird. Yeah, custard is an odd choice for meat, I feel like. But there's some pretty good flavor combinations that are weird. Ooh, here's a weird one that I used to do on the regular. So, I don't know if this is like an American thing, or this is like a whole world thing, but I used to have like bagels with cream cheese on them for breakfast pretty close to every morning when I was younger, because I loved them so much. So it's basically just, you know, bagels, which are a type of bread, like a round bread. You cut in half, they have a hole in the middle. I think that's everywhere. I hope that's everywhere, because they're good. Just with cream cheese, which is just a soft cheese. I used to have those like every day. And then I discovered a really crazy flavor combination with them. Unfortunately, Diamonds killed it. Sorry, guys. My ad. Manage prediction. The answer is no, unfortunately. Slothy, welcome in. Are you saying that bagels with cream cheese is your favorite snack? Well, I might blow your mind here. Speaking of things that are worth trying at least once, this might be along a similar line here. I used to just have them by themselves, and then I tried something stupid because I'm a kid. I put whipped cream on top of them, just like the condensed whipped cream cans that you can buy at the store that like you squirt them out, the ones that you might see in movies where they spray them in their mouth. Just on top of the cream cheese bagel, just a little bit of whipped cream. And like the flavor combination between the cream cheese and the whipped cream was just delicious. Probably not, Oh yeah, and everyone, go check out Slothy. She is awesome. I believe you just had a stream the other day, but I wasn't able... Oh no, you had to cancel, that's right, I think, right? But you do have a partner celebration stream on Sunday, so everybody who can, go check out Slothy and go hang out on Sunday to celebrate her becoming a partner. I'll be there. Hopefully. Whipped cream is delicious, Slothy. You just don't know, okay? You don't even know. Ooh, I'm glad. I always get worried when I start talking about that. Like, I really hope I didn't confuse them with someone else. My memory sometimes just completely fails me. So I'm glad that was you, Slothy. Like, a lot of Stardew streamers have become partners recently, which is awesome to see. Get that cool check mark. Probably the best part, honestly. Alright, let's evacuate our inventory here. So much to do still. Oh man. Yeah, I can't imagine. It's really weird to think about those things because it's like I'm sort of planning some sort of celebration for when I get 999 followers, but it's like I don't know what people want. Is what I feel like. Like, I'm sure people will come in and have fun and everything, but it's like, the only thing I've ever done on this channel so far is what I'm doing right now. And it feels weird to do something other than that. On stream. We want more game night. A game night is very fun. I think keeping it at a 2-week thing has been pretty good, though. I really like ham, cream cheese, and olives and sandwiches. Ooh. I mean, you're just basically substituting some other cheese for cream cheese there, so I think that's fine, right? Another one, Katharina. We have a kind of beer called Weizenbier that is mixed up with banana juice. It's so good. Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. I mean, sweet stuff with beer sounds kind of weird, but maybe that's alright. I mean, I believe you. You said it's good, so it's probably good. Ooh, my chat just decided it had a little bit of an aneurysm there. Hedgehog, I did speedruns on the stream once, and literally only once. So I'm a little scared to do it again. One, I'm not very good at it, so it feels weird, like, when there's such good Stardew speedrunners out there that I feel like, I'm getting better. I've done a bunch offline, so maybe in the future I'll do more. I'm really thinking about, so this is a really dumb thing I'm thinking about, but it's something I kind of want to do. I'm going to have a lot of free time in the summer, so I was thinking about doing a perfection run, like a speed run, see if I can get a time on the leaderboards, because there are, I think, only two people who have completed a perfection speed run. So I could shoot for somewhere around 30 hours. I think that's somewhat reasonable if I practice a bit. And that would be really fun to do, I think. Planning parties are fun. Oh yeah, I planned tons of parties IRL before, but like planning parties online, I have no experience. Like, it's so weird to me how new I am at this. I've only been streaming for like, it hasn't even been 3 months yet. It's probably been pretty much exactly 3 months at this point. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just here. I'm glad you all are hanging out and everything, because I just kind of talk. And I imagine that there's actually people there, but I'm not entirely sure. Some executive at Twitch is just upping the number on there every so often. Oh, thank you, Slothy. It's weird, because it's like, you obviously do get feedback, but I feel like you get so much less feedback as a streamer than you do when you do, like, things in real life. Whoops, I passed out. Yeah, I feel like I'm just, like, entering a pond, you know? And I have no idea what's in there at all. Whoop. Uh-oh, you know what that timer means, everyone? I feel like I'm still figuring things out all the time. And there's just, like, so much to do that I keep putting things off, and nothing ever feels like it's completely done. We're all fake, this is a lie. Yeah. If someone redeems Divorce Leah, will you just marry her or pick someone new altogether? I will marry her again. I have a feeling that was going to happen. I should write that on the Divorce Leah thing. I think it might be written on there if you're about to click on it, so people are aware. But yeah, the idea would be that I would just have to marry her again. So I know what, I've heard of the word POG before for like, what, 6 or 7 years now. But only last year did I know what it stood for. It stands for play of the game, and I did not know that for like 5 years. I was just like, oh, yes, Paj. Yes, that's what the cool kids are saying. Paj. It means awesome. No idea why it's named that. I actually don't know how to check who has channel points. I feel like I've been on the internet for 10 years, but I don't go everywhere. I certainly didn't use Twitch a whole lot. Like, the last 2 years, thanks to COVID, I used Twitch a whole lot more than before. But, like, before that, like, I'd come here occasionally just to chill out. And, like, watch League of Legends. Ooh, it's a diamond day. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to check, Chunky, who has channel points. Like, for me. There probably is, I just don't know it. Speaking of things I don't know how to do. Daily game nights, Chunky, yeah. Let's play on a single Stardew fam farm. I might do that. I don't know if I do that right now, just because I don't know. I haven't done multiplayer before, and that seems like a bad idea to start with. Maybe we could do like a raffle system, and someone could play with me for like 10 minutes, and we keep doing that and see like what changes on the farm. You got like 10 minutes to play on it, and then you got to rotate to the next person. 10 minutes might be... I don't know. It would be hard to facilitate that, because the actual transition period would probably be a few minutes to like get someone off and then get someone else back on really quick. That sounds like it could be fun, though. We do not have a rank command. I actually don't know what you would use that for. I mean, J-Curve, if that's what you're talking about with Pog, I don't think you have to worry about how you use that word. I think that word is used however anyone wants to use it, basically. Just like a silly, fun word. Like, it doesn't make sense grammatically when people use it. Someone just says, thing is Pog. You're like, that's not correct, but... like, that was so Pog. Like, if you actually say the word out, it doesn't make sense, but that's fine, because people know what you mean. Yeah, also the word poggers doesn't make any sense either. That's the thing about internet slang. Wait, Slothy, you said cool as well, like K-E-K-W. Wait, what does that stand for? I thought that would just meant cool. Is that actually an acronym? I always see it used in like a sarcastic kind of cool context, like, oh yeah, that was cool, sort of thing. Like when people are upset. I didn't know it actually had a meaning though. Like, is it an acronym that stands for something? Okay, it's a laughing thing. Whoops. Oh, I didn't know you could do that, Anne. Ooh, 1 day per person would be a good way to do it, Anne. I didn't even think about that. I would need someone to manage the line, though. Because I would be busy playing. And deal with, getting the person the code. Oh. I guess it doesn't work on my, I'm looking at the, chat on my stream manager. So I guess it doesn't work on the emotes don't work there. Which makes sense, because they're supposed to just work on Twitch chat. I have the plugin for BT, how do you say it? I'm so bad with acronyms. Yeah, BTTV, that's it. I downloaded it, but I think in my, so I'm on my creator dashboard. That's how I look at my chat. So I don't think it works there. I should have the emotes enabled. I see them on other streams. Here, let me check my Streamlabs. Well, actually, I don't think it would work there, obviously. I see them other places, so I know it works. Oh, that one worked, Slothy. What about Onion? Oh, you mean to handle the line? I was actually thinking that, Onion, but I figured you'd want to play with me too, so... A day per person would... Like, we wouldn't be able to facilitate that many people. We'd probably have a long stream and all, but I don't think I'd want to do the same thing all stream anyways. How many kegs do I have? I guess we'll find out an approximate answer when I have all my wine. It's somewhere around 1200 though. It's very close to 1200. At least 3 is also an acceptable answer. Deputize Onion to manage the line of people waiting to play with Algo if we do a creep farm. I mean, Onion's already deputized. She's a mod. Yeah, we'd probably have to do some practice first. Figure out exactly how it would work. But that's why this is planning. And also, we're not really planning, we're speculating at the moment. If we were to actually do it, I would make sure it worked before we did it. Oh man, we had a busy first few days here, haven't we? Just constant needing to do things. Gonna calm down a little bit, but not too much. Unfortunately, we don't have our Call Kevin emote yet. We could use it right now. Because it is Monday, and we could get it. And yes, Joyce Water. There is a bit more than 4 kicks as well. You're right. Not Kevin again. I want Kevin, Chunky. Kevin is love. Kevin is life. Thank you for the bless RNG, Ann. We will want that going forward here. Did I set an alarm? Nah. I have a timer up here. Yeah, speaking of about 1,200 kegs, that is 1,198 wine, and I probably missed like 1 or 2, so there you go. Can I do a reverse RNG? No, Chunky. We want more Kevin. Look at this consensus in the chat. Everyone wants Kevin. Oh, I need to go see Robin. I should have done that yesterday. Did that yesterday, excuse me. Random southern accent leaking into my mouth. Should have done that yesterday. You've gotten lucky recently. We need to take that away from you. Yes, Chunky. Make it harder on me. My head's already sweating. Limestone. Let's go ahead and write that down. Oh, I need it. Where's my notepad? I got a notepad, like, specifically for this. There we go. Let's put that right in front of us here. I also need a pen. That would also be smart. There's one up here. So ready for this. Oh. 1 limestone. Jay, welcome in. Oh, we have multiple J's, don't we? And it'll sort itself out. I can call you TJ. Perfect. Let me go ahead and make that official. Oops, I should probably, like, correctly put that in there. There we go. I downloaded it, what is it? BTTV, so now I can name people in chat, which will help a lot with names. Hopefully. I still expect I'll mess it up somehow. Oh, Robbins is closed, huh? We'll have to do that tomorrow. Whose birthday is it? Well, chat says Evelyn, so I'm gonna go with Evelyn as well. You can name me anything. Alright, anything. Chunky, to do that, I would need the pronunciation of the name in the first place. Which, unfortunately is probably not gonna help. It's Gus's birthday, okay. Good for Gus. He needs a birthday. Don't we all? Alright, Robbins is closed, right? Oh, she's closed tomorrow, too. There's no way I can make it in time. Oops, not that one. Yeah, there's zero chance I can make it there if she closes at 5. Oh yeah, I've got many more stacks than one of blue discus row. I'm keeping the blue discus around for the golden coconuts. Yeah, she gone. No, Robin, no! She was here until 5. I could have made it. Ah. Alright, well, let's put it all away. We tried. L streamer, it happens. That's my my lack of luck that my lack of luck that Chunky was referring to. You put that evil on me, Chunky. Yeah, I've got like 8 stacks of blue discus row. I'm only keeping the blue discus around for the golden coconuts. They're gonna be here for a while, unfortunately. Are there any stacks I can complete today? Probably not. I'm gonna finish a stack of diamonds, but I'm immediately gonna sell them. I can finish the lucky shorts today. It would be horribly boring for all of you, but I could do it. Spare cash in the form of blue discus row. I probably should sell them. I don't actually know where they are. I forgot. But I've got like 10 stacks of it. Maybe I did sell them. All the luck was channeled in the Skull Cavern Invasion? I hope so. I'm sorry, call Kevin. I misread that. My bad. Short stack? Chunky, are you not aware of the shorts? It's okay. I bet a few people in chat aren't aware. So let's make everyone aware of this wonderful thing that has happened. So for those of you who didn't know, you can put a staircase and you can get lucky trimmed purple shorts. Trimmed lucky purple shorts. What's really crazy is that if you put another staircase in, they stack together. So we could do this for a while. Nope. Well, Hedgehog, you are in good company, because I also knew about the glitch, and also didn't know that they stacked. I believe, I think it was Bidoof, was like, I was talking about the staircase glitch, because I just happened to know about it offhand, and I was like, yeah, you can do that, and I actually already did it once, but I'll do it again just to show you, and I guess I can store all of them in here, and there was only one in here, so it was like this here. I'm like, okay, and then I just shift-clicked it in there, and it stacked, and I fell over in my chair. If the living hat was stackable, we wouldn't stack it. That's just impossible. That's like heat death of the universe levels of time. It's probably in one of the row chests. You're probably right, Ann. Alright, let's find out how lucky we got, huh? But first, we drop stuff off. I'm putting it off because I'm scared. I mean, not really. If someone wants to calculate how long that would take me, it would probably approach my lifetime. Which, no offense to this game, but I don't want to spend my entire life playing this game. Did I check the keyboard yet? I have not. I'm on my way over there. Oh. Wait, it won't disappear if you sell it to Pierre? I feel like that's probably been patched, because, Concerned Nate was pretty clear about making sure you couldn't get any more Q fruit and beans. Interesting. I'll have to look into that, Casey. But the other thing is, I do need to do Q fruit and beans, because while they disappear at the end of the quest, the Q fruit wine and the Q fruit jelly does not. Fraslo, welcome in. Stacking is going well. Speaking of which, we're going to find out what our Q quest is. Yeah, he patched a whole bunch of different ways to sneak around losing the Q fruit and Q beans, because he didn't want people to be able to cheese the quest easily. At least that's what I thought. That's what it seemed like. I'd be surprised if he accidentally left one in, because it seemed like he was pretty thorough. There was quite a few of them, and he patched them all. But Q fruit and Q beans might disappear, but the wine and jelly from them does not. So I am gonna have to get that. It shouldn't be too difficult though. I'm not worried about it at all. It's just gonna take a few quests to do. The problem is it has to finish processing before the end of the quest. So it is gonna be a little slow going. Oh, come on. Hey, golden coconut. Oh, I'm supposed to be keeping track of these. Ah, whatever. Get some fairy dust. Oh, that's true. I could use fairy dust. Actually, a really good idea. Is that a legitimate use for fairy dust that we've discovered here? Oh, that's smart, TJ. I like it. You got the skull. We've had the skull. You mean talk about the snake skull? I've got a bunch of snake skulls. Not worried about that. I'll get plenty of those by the end. What do I need golden coconuts for? So I need golden coconuts because I like them. They're very pretty. They also have this neat little property that they have a 1 in 7 chance of dropping fossilized heads, banana saplings, and mango saplings, all of which are at a 1 in 7 chance. So if I break open 7,000 of them, I get a stack of each of those things. So that is my ultimate goal with the golden coconuts. So I need 7,000 golden coconuts plus another 1,000 for a stack, which comes out to 8 stacks. No cuts, no butts, no coconuts. Yeah, that's actually cool, Casey, because I have to keep telling people that even I don't have a use for... Oh, look at that. Even I don't have a use for fairy dust, but that seems like it's a use for fairy dust. Actually, a really good use for fairy dust. It's really easy for me to get 2 stacks of fairy dust, so I could very easily use that to my advantage. So if we come down here, you can see why. Nope, this one. I have my stacks of fairy roses here, but I also have all these other fairy roses that, since I'm not chunky, I don't need to use for anything at all. It's not 7K, it's 6,993 golden coconuts. You are correct, Joyous Water, you are correct. However, it's pretty close. I tend to round a little bit. to save my voice saying 9999999 over and over again when I'm talking to chat. I could say 6993 golden coconuts, or I could just say about 7,000, which is a little nicer on my throat. I just sold a bunch of diamonds. I get so many diamonds, and that I don't even think about saving them at this point. But if I need to get more, I can just keep a few. So it's not something I need to worry about. I won't be doing that now, because we're about to go fishing. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any trap bobbers. Fortunately, we don't need trap bobbers. We're going to use our dress spinners. We need... take all of it. And we've got a lot of wild bait, right? Yeah, that's enough wild bait. Wait, where is it? Oh, it's 2 iron bars and a cloth? Why did I think it was 2 cloth? It's like stuck in my mind that that's how you make them. That's okay. That's fine. Oh my goodness! Squirrel, welcome in! Yep. Sneakers is the cutie in this family. Cutie patootie. Fairy dust does stack. Yes, I already have a stack of it though, Strawberry. That was an early thing I did. So that is another use for it. I need a stack. I wish Bobbard's stacked. I don't wish Bobbard's stacked, actually. I'll be okay if it happens, but it'll be very annoying. I've actually been stocking up my curiosity lures in case they do end up stacking, because you can only get these from monster drops. But really, that's not that many. It's like a drop in the bucket of the 1,000 I would need. Becky, why would you wish for that? Don't make things harder on yourself. Where am I going? We want to go here. Oh, quality bobbers are the expensive ones. How about the ones that only drop? Oh, we don't want to go here. We want to go here. I think that's right. Oh, I didn't drink my fishing stuff, but I guess I don't need it. Forgot my dress spinner, too. Oh my gosh, squirrel. No way. I just re-listened to the entire Project Hail Mary book, like, over this weekend. Because I was like, you know what? I really want to, and I guess I'll listen to it for the 3rd time. I've decided that it might be my favorite book right now. I just think it's incredible. I cried like 3 times driving over this weekend. Over this week so far. I love so many different things about that book. I don't want to spoil anything because it's a very easy book to spoil, unfortunately, but it's really good. Without a background in physics, like if you don't know a lot of like astrophysics or biology stuff, it's a little harder to read, I think, because it has a lot of science in it. I think the author does a pretty good job of explaining some things, but if you didn't know about it beforehand, you'd probably have some trouble. You've listened to 60 times on The Martian? Oh my goodness. I've never actually listened to The Martian. I've read it twice, just as a book, but I don't have it on Audible. Oh, good stretch. Yeah, curiosity lures are the worst ones, for sure. There are some bad ones, but I think those are the worst. This is your first time listening to it, Squirrel? Or did you just say you were re-listening to it? This is your first time, okay. Yeah, it's a good book. I don't want to spoil anything, but it is one of my favorites for sure. I think my favorite thing about it was just like knowing the science well enough that I knew where the story was going to go next, because I knew what, like, I'd like come up with the ideas at the same time as the main character would. And that just like felt very rewarding to me. Habitual re-listener. Yeah, I wasn't a big rereader, but now that I have audiobooks, I've been doing it a lot. Like, the only series I've really reread are like Harry Potter, Percy Jackson, and now Project Hail Mary a whole bunch of times. Yeah, there's something like comforting about re-listening to a book. I guess that's true for a lot of things, right? I was like super impressed by the narration for that book. Like, I'm actually not really enjoying the narration that much for the Percy Jackson series, unfortunately. But yeah, that one and Dune I thought were really good narrations. Dune was a little weird because it jumped around what it was doing a lot, which was just kind of odd in my opinion. It like went from being like fully voiced on some chapters to just narration on other chapters. But yeah, Hail Mary did a great job with the voices. Oh, Frazzle, thank you for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your work, I think. Hope it goes well. I'm gonna get more. We only got 4 today. Wait, is the quest always 3 days from when you pick it up? So if I picked this up tomorrow, would it have still been 3 days? Because if that's the case, I probably should have, because it was already really late today. Oh, dang it. Thank you for letting me know, Squirrel. Yeah, that's not true for all of them, right, Hedgehog? I mean, the Cubian quest is till the end of the month, regardless of when you start it. Oh, I passed out. I was like, why did my fishing pole disappear? Yeah, most of them are till the end of the week, where it doesn't matter when you start them. So I assumed that this one was 3 days. Like always, even if you started on Tuesday, it'd be 2 days instead, but guess that's not the case. As we know, we get that solid 5 hours of sleep. I mean, I am the best farmer in the valley, so I don't know where my so was going there. So I'm obviously amazing or something. I don't know. Alright. Just gonna get rid of all this. Sorry, 4 hours. Is it 4 hours? 2 to 6 is 4 hours. Yes, that's how math works. You got it. Does anyone off the top of their head know when Robin passes by her desk in the morning on Tuesday? 9:40. Okay, we can do that. I forgot to buy the coconuts from Sandy yesterday. Oh, I'm such a mess. 9:30? Uh-oh. Conflicting. No. I'll probably be there at 9:30 anyways, just to make sure I catch it. Sleeps while fishing. It's a neat party trick. Look at my generous hoe giving me 2 mixed seeds. Okay, but and at what time specifically will she hand me a tea set? Sapling, I'm glad you got the reference. I was wondering if anyone would notice it. I considered doing the second part of the verse too, but it wasn't going to easily fit. 141, 1111. Okay, we got some conflicting information here. Although both of those could technically be correct. Stack, 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 stack to the top. I don't know. That's getting pretty old now. I don't know how many people will get that reference. Although most of the people in here are around my age, right? So it's not that impossible. I guess a lot of people speak different languages though, so imagine it was translated and possibly differently. The beat's probably the same though, right? Rows in the row chest. There's a few. I got a lot more than this though. I used to have like 10 stacks. I got rid of most of them. Imagine being Algo's age. I every day, Chunky, every day. I imagine it every day. Alright, let's grab our things here so we don't forget. We want... No! Stop taking the good stuff. I did sell them, Chunky, you remember? I wasn't sure if I sold them, but yeah, I had like 10 stacks in there. It'd be fun to like keep track of how many I had. I don't need to do that. Oh, does Starbound stack like infinitely or something? Oh, by the way, welcome in some random team. Yeah, I don't know how Starbound stacks, otherwise I might have picked it. Alright, we're gonna Oh, I'm not like hiding my age or anything. I'm 28, about to turn 29. Pretty soon, actually. About a month and a half. I am not 27. I was 27. That was a good year. Actually, it was a terrible year. That was COVID. No, I'm not 30. What are you trying to say, Chunky? Careful. I'm old? This youthful face? This isn't old. No. You should see me without a beard. I look like I'm 12. Well, I actually haven't had a beard for like 3 years, so I might not look like that anymore. There it is. Okay. Forgot I have to actually, you know, look at the cash register. You do give me mid-30 vibes, Algo. Okay, Squirrel, let's not call me 30 yet. I'm still not there, and I don't really want to be. We watched... Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Slothy. Like, High School Musical is kind of old now, isn't it? It's like... Like, it came out when I was in middle school, I think? Maybe just getting into high school? That's 12, 13 years ago now? Crypto early 40s vibes. You know what? I actually appreciate that more than the mid-30s vibes. Welcome in, by the way, Crypto. It's 1,000 for Starbound, but there are a ton of items that are made with 20 to 100 of the hardest materials in the game. Oh gosh. Yeah, I haven't played Starbound since it was in early access, so I have no idea what's going on with it now. But I believe that. There was a lot of progression in that game. Even in early access, so I imagine it's even worse now. Worse is probably the word. Wrong thing to say here. If you watched High School Musical in middle school, then you're old now. What year did it come out? Does anyone know off the top of their head? I mean, maybe not off the top of your head, but in a reasonable time frame. Oh, we want to keep that. My bad. $2006? It's older than YouTube? Oh God. No, I was in early middle school at that time. Like 15 years ago? 14 years ago? There was a movie called High School Musical that was, well, an obsession for my generation, I guess would be the way to put it. My particular age group, of which quite a few chatters are a part of, I believe. Or at least kind of close to. High School Musical? Yeah, it was a movie. just really popular, like absurdly popular at the time, and it had very memorable songs. So my title is a reference to one of the songs called "Bop Bop 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 to the Top, Throw Away Your Inhibitions, Stop Stop, Rub a Bop." I don't actually remember the lyrics now. I was gonna impress everyone with my magical memory, but only remember some of them. I remember the other song. You know, "Bop to the Top" was much better than "Soarin' Flyin'." I'm going to say it. I'll die on that hill. I don't even think it's necessarily a big hill, but I'm gonna die on it. "Bop to the Top" should have won. Roll back. Stop the count. Did you see there was a single Omni Geode out there? Zan, it is not based on that, or is there one based on it? That makes stop, 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 Rababop. Is that actually what it is? Italian Princess? Is that the actual lyrics? It's about students that are high because they sing for anything all the time. You know, there are students in my class now that are like talking about the Hannah Montana show, and I finally figured out why. It's because it's on Disney Plus. And so like all these kids now are getting exposed to the stuff we watched when we were young. I actually know that's kind of what I said, but I thought you were actually saying it was the lyric too. I was going to be really surprised. 93 gang. That's... Oh, Anne, are you a 93er too? Yeah, you might see a 93 appear in my email and things along those lines. I'm very original when it comes to those things. I actually can't use like my name 93 because it's so common that a lot of people have already used it. Let's see here. Oh, Diamonds won again. Not by that much though. Only by 3 this time. Alright, time to go fishing? Well, actually not quite. It's a gem day too. Wow. Oh, in the movie? I don't think it was... I mean, it might have been like... Whoa. I forgot how to drink. You'll fight me, Slothy? You're gonna win, because I can't breathe. Excuse me. I mean, it's like the difference between soaring, flying. There's not a star in heaven that we can't reach if we're trying. You know, like that compared to bop, 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 bop to the top. Of course I'm going to like the faster beat. It's awesome. Yeah. It's a hill worth dying on. There are not many, but that's one of them. Any Zoomers in the chat? I think there's quite a few Zoomers in the chat, actually. Onion? Oh, I have to deal with your Zoomer memes all the time. Don't even start on saving these from the old people. Best part about being old is I could grab all the emails with no numbers. Yeah, but my first email was like Kid Hockey or something dumb like that. I think that's actually what it was. Which, like, I didn't even play hockey, so I don't know where I got that notion from. Whoops. No mail. Young millennial. Yeah, I think most... If you're under 30 now, but, like, above 25, you're pretty much the edge of the millennials, right? We're basically the last of our species. I was thinking about that, like, when I took a long time in college, right? So I was in college with people who were technically Zoomers, although they were basically on the edge. Yeah, 96, 97 is the cutoff. Yeah, my sister was born in 95, and she still considers herself a millennial, which I think, yeah, that's perfectly about right. But yeah, anyone like born 98, 99 is pretty usually considered a Zoomer. Oh gosh, what did Crypto say? Crypty. What did Crypty say? That's moving so fast. I feel like I'm missing some stuff. 93-er, but Christmas baby, so I'm a bit younger. Okay, yeah. I've got a few friends that are near there. My sister was actually born in December, although not near Christmas. So she's young for her grade as well, although she's also done with grades at this point. Benzie cool. Any Zoomers in the chat? Onion save me from these old people. Yeah. My favorite part about having an unusual last name. I almost got my first name at Gmail. Thought everyone was born with an email. I like that. Depending on what cutoff you use, my nuclear family has a boomer, a Gen X, a millennial, and a Zoomer. Ooh. That is a true nuclear family there. From all walks of life. What did Onion do? Touch screen must be hard with those wrinkles. I have noticed that when I'm in the shower, I get my pruning a lot quicker than I used to when I was younger. It's like, I've only been in here for 10 minutes. Why do my fingers look like they're 800 years old? I drink a lot of water, so I don't think that I'm dehydrated. Like, I drink more water than I think anyone I know in real life. So unless my body is like somehow a water loser, I go to the bathroom like every 20 minutes. That's not entirely true, but I usually go like in between every hour when I'm teaching. Which I guess I don't have to do, because I obviously don't do it when I'm streaming. Teaching is harder than sitting down, you know, I have to move around. Look at J. Curve trying to explain away the oldness is a good thing. My back hurt today. I was very upset by that. I played spike ball over the weekend. It was very fun. But like my arms hurt. They still kind of hurt. That was on Sunday. Oh, curse these knees of mine. Is that how old people talk? I guess that is, because I'm an old person and I said it. OMG, save my back. Yeah. Just like sometimes you wake up and you're like, wow, why does that hurt? And then it hurts for like 3 days. And then you're like, why did that hurt? Alright, I have to stretch out now. Because we're talking about it too much. You have bad pillows? Get better pillows, Strawberry. Yes. Your bed should be like the most expensive thing you own. That's not entirely true, but like, don't skimp on your bed. You spend a lot of time on it. Sneakers! Actually, it's time for sneakers to go. I just noticed. Sneakers have been on my head for 45 minutes. Let's go back to the poster sneakers. Because no one loves you enough to put you on my head. I don't know why I'm walking all the way over here. Oh man. He dropped the streamer. My head is so sweaty. Oh, back to the sweat. What did Ann say? My continual stress injury causer. Ah. I've heard that is, unfortunately, a major cause of back pain, for sure. Obviously, I can't speak to it, but I'm sorry to hear that. LOL. The millennial urge to just buy the things we want because we have incomes now. Oh my gosh, I cannot even speak to how much that speaks to me. Like, when I got a job that actually paid me, like, real amounts of money, it was like, why don't people just buy everything all the time? And then I checked my monthly income compared to expenditure at the end of a month, and I'm like, oh, that's why. Because you don't actually gain money. I do definitely buy a lot more than I used to, though. Amazon's too convenient. It's like way too convenient. It's like, you know what I need? A cord. Okay, I'll buy one on Amazon. You know, they got like a 4-for-1 special, and you know, then I'll never have to buy a cord again. So I'll just get all of them. Here we go. I bought myself a bass because of that impulse. Like a bass guitar? Or like the fish? Tamagotchi. Well, I mean, I feel like that's not a bad purchase by any means. You definitely used it, right, Strawberry? Bass guitar, not the fish, okay. I got confused for a second there. It's like a bass is not a typical impulse buy, but I'm all here for it. Honestly, a bass guitar is a pretty impressive impulse buy on its own. Do you know how to play it all? Or was it like, I'm gonna learn how to play this, so I'm gonna buy one? Because that's a lot of trust in yourself. I would not be able to do that. Because I would never actually sit down to learn something. Just because I bought it. Yeah, I've been learning about Tamagotchis because apparently everyone in the Stardew community has one. It's like, I knew about them when I was younger. I didn't realize there was still a big thing. You can play decently well. That's awesome. Yeah, instruments are not for me. I wish, because I like music and I can't sing. It'd be really cool if instruments were a thing for me, but unfortunately, my motor skills are not good, for lack of a better word. Grab this, and wow, it's late. That's unfortunate. I effing love avocado toast. I don't like avocados. I feel like I'm gonna out myself as like a fake millennial here, but just never liked avocados. It like just tastes like crappy green paste to me. That isn't an insult to people that like it. I'm glad you like it because it's very healthy, but it's just so unappetizing to me. Nice. Some random teen. Yeah, there's yeah, you'd think like making 70K a year you'd be able to do anything you want, right? That's what it seems like when you're young. And that's like the same thing when you get your first big paycheck as an adult. You're like, wow, this is like infinite money. And then you realize how fast those bills add up. And it's like at the end of the month you really only have like $100 in spending money. Especially if you're trying to save money. Can I ban someone for liking an avocado? No, you can like avocados. That's perfectly fine. Samantha, welcome in. As a millennial from California, I think I have to fight everyone now. I'm glad you all like avocados. I wish I did, honestly, because I wish I liked healthier food. It just tastes so awful to me. I have no idea why. Like my thought process when I'm eating like avocado or guacamole is like, this just tastes like green sludge paste. Good luck with the millennials, Onion. Oh yeah, Onion, be careful. We have money, so we're dangerous. Just kidding, we don't have money. We have to pay rent. Or I will soon, I guess. I guess I don't technically have to yet. Delicious green sludge paste. Like I said, I'm glad you all like it. It just tastes horrible to me. I haven't been searching too much, Hedgehog. The prices are still going up. I'm starting to think, like, maybe I'm just going to have to settle for paying a lot of money. I don't know. I've got a lot of money stored up, so I was kind of hoping I could get, like, a house instead of having to rent. So I'm thinking about trying to do that. Like, if I could save up for another half year, I could easily put a down payment on a decent house down. Oh, what happened here? Dang it. Well, no, not buying an entire house, Squirrel. A down payment. So you get a mortgage on a house, so you're paying it off monthly, kind of like rent, except you're like getting toward the end at some point. You hope. But the down payments are usually on the order of like, actually, I don't know what they are now. Last time I was looking, it was on the order of like 20 to 30,000. It's probably more now. I could take out a loan, but I'd rather not have to for the down payment. Yeah, and the market is terrible right now, so... Oh, Zan, good night. I'm sorry, I missed that. Yeah, living is extremely expensive. How did I was definitely in the middle there, right? Angler's a jumper. It did it again! I gotta move up. I'm probably too far down. That's the problem. Too far this way. Looks like I don't need that curiosity lure. The reason I don't do the curiosity lure is I think it's technically still faster for me to use the dress spinner over the curiosity lure. As weird as that sounds. Because, I mean, I'm getting them pretty often, right? And this increases the bite rate quite significantly. My husband and I did a down payment of $30K just last year. Depends on the cost of the house, and if you want less of a loan, yeah. So yeah, the longer I wait to move out, the better it's gonna be for me is the thing. So it's kind of hard for me to like say I'm moving out. I obviously do want a place of my own and everything, but gosh, just the cost of everything right now is so ridiculous. I don't know why I kept that for so long. Yeah, I'd also heard J-Curve about like the bidding war that's happening with houses right now. You have to like put in bids that are like much higher than the listed price because everyone else is also bidding for the house. And if you don't put in a massive bid, you're not going to get it. Which, that's not really how buying things should work, I feel like. It's not eBay. But that's the state of things that we're in right now. And of course the homeowners are going to choose the method that's going to get them the most money. Well, more like the real estate is going to choose the method that's going to get them the most money. 23, still in school. I only have a part-time job. I'm okay staying with my grandparents a bit longer. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the stigma against people living with their parents has gone down significantly during COVID. It's like, yeah, I'm also living with my parents right now. Which is good, I think, because things have been weird lately. Yeah, let's have a Stardew streamer house. I don't know any other streamers. Oh, I guess Barry lives in Michigan. Yeah, I think most Stardew Valley streamers live on the West Coast, though. Actually, maybe not. I feel like we are kind of spread out, aren't we? I'm starting to think of a few more examples. Z lives in Pennsylvania, right? Habu lives in Chicago. Piano lives in Colorado. Therms, Virginia? Oh, I didn't actually know that. I don't know why I'm saving this. Whoops, don't lose it. The only reason you don't live with your parents is it's so far from school. I mean, I'm a 40-minute drive to work right now. It was definitely still worth it. The gas is definitely still worth it. Blades in New Zealand, yes. That would be a little bit of a tough... I mean, I'd love to move to New Zealand. I don't know if you can even immigrate there, though. Without, like, a very good reason. Gotta corner that Kiwi Stardew market. Oh, Blade already has it cornered, right? Yeah, that's definitely more significant, Anne. Sorry. Brannigan must be East Coast. He's gone to Z a few times. You'd probably be in high demand. Interesting. Science teacher? Yeah, I bet that would be kind of fun. I don't know. I'm not ready to move away from where I live at the moment, though. I like my friends here. I like my life here. I don't think I would have a better time in any other country at the moment. That might change in the future, but...
Oh, it's a person.
Anderson, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. No idea where Gug... You hypothesize he's Canadian. I haven't really noticed an accent at all. Wait, I actually might know where Gug is from, but, I probably shouldn't say, because I had to coordinate it with the one time, and I don't know if he's told his, like, community or anything. Yeah, Lee Chad is from Quebec, I assume, because she's French-Canadian. Which, Quebec is lovely. I've been there just the once, and I had a great time. I think just a few streams ago, I told my, my French-Canadian story. Jay, I have no idea where Gug is. Oh, sorry, I just read that. Come to Argentina. It is a bit of a drive. My friend is actually at a wedding in Guatemala right now. He is right near a volcano. Oh, I don't know what I'm trying to do right now. Oh, I remember. We ran out of our spinner. He was sending me pictures of the volcano he's next to. That's active. Lila's from the UK. There's a few UK Stardew streamers, right? Can't think of any more off the top of my head, though. Is Brittany from the UK? I can't remember. There's quite a few in Texas, I think, too. I know Brickell is in Texas. There's someone else, for sure. I noticed that earlier I said that a lot of them are on the West Coast, but I can't think of anyone who's on the West Coast. Oh, Ganderson. Well, have I got the spreadsheet for you? I'm approximately... It says my spreadsheet says I'm 80% done, but I'm a little closer to slightly above halfway. Johnny's West Coast? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I have to assume, like, I don't know if Slothy, if you're still lurking in here, I can't remember, but I have to assume you're West Coast with how late you start streaming at. And maybe Cord as well. I think Cord is for the same reason. Yeah. Oh, Bull is too. I didn't actually know that. Yeah, Ethan. I think I'd heard about Ethan before. Probably because of the moving. What am I doing? I'm too far down. Towards East Coast, he just streams late. Yeah, okay. For some reason, did he go to like college in California? I remember him talking about California one time. Maybe I'm thinking of a different spot. Maybe it was a similarly named college. Okay, yes. Cord is definitely East Coast. I remember him talking about it now. Wow, we got another one right at the end, too. I'm not going to be able to use the dress spinner for all of the fish, unfortunately. Some of them are just too hard. I need to use a trap bobber. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions if you have any, Ganderson. I love people asking about the challenge. It's so fun to talk about for me. Part of why I stream it. Just get better at fishing. I wish. Unfortunately, it's a little tough to get better at fishing. I shouldn't have done that. I could have soft-locked the game, which would have really sucked. Hedgehog, I'd have to think about it. There are merits to using the beach farm over the standard farm, just for the slight extra room. And once I'm at this part of the challenge, the crops don't matter so much. I would have to think about it a lot. I think I'm leaning towards still using the standard farm, but I would have to think about it quite a bit. There's pretty good reason to use the forest farm, too, if I wanted to get iridium quality forges. Oh, Chunky, are you still around? Which one did you end up choosing? I can't remember. I think you went with standard, right? You did use my setup quite a bit, so... Alright, so I have been going for 2 hours, so I am going to take a short break here. I suggest you all also get up, move around, do whatever you need to do just to relax a little bit, get some water, get whatever you need to relax. I think... Okay, so Sneakers is going to be back on my head when I get back, because I'm now realizing I haven't gone the full time yet. So another 15 minutes or so when I get back. And I will see you all in probably about 6 minutes or so. I'm not going to make tea. It's too late. So I'll see you probably about 6 or 7 minutes. Be back soon. Wave goodbye, Sneakers. Just for now, though. You have to head out, Casey? Awesome. Thank you so much for stopping by. You have a great day. Standard Chunky. Okay. It was awesome to see you. I will not realize out of spite, Onion. I don't know what that means. Oh, relax. Would you relax out of rock candy? That's spite? I'll be back soon, okay? I am going to run a quick ad just because it disables pre-rolls when I get back. But sorry if you have to see that. Guess who's back? Back again. Sneaker's back. Tell your friends. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a somewhat alright break. Mine went pretty well. Tomorrow is the luau. Gotta keep that in mind. Get rid of the driftwood. I'm very annoyed because I keep throwing away my iron bars. Well, not throwing them away, but... I don't go to the luau. There's no point for me. No rare crows there. Nothing really worth buying outside of some decorations. We got up and stretched and had a snack. That is a very successful brew. Excuse me, a very successful break. That's awesome, Samantha. Steakers is back. That's correct. I don't know how to pronounce that, Onion. I'm sorry. I could put the shorts in the soup, but I need the shorts for the stack. It's also completely irrelevant to put them in the soup at this point. Doesn't get me anything. Outside of, like, a cheap laugh, sort of. Put the soup in the shorts. Now we're talking. That could get me a whole lot of things, like wet pants. Guess how many omnis? I'm gonna go with 0 in this particular case. You're welcome to try and guess, though. I think I got this one, though. Oh, this one's ready. 2 green algae. Tasty shorts. That's how I like to think of my shorts. Tasty. Yeah. Or something. Diamonds for science machines. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We need diamonds to power our science machines. Maru does. Fair enough. What are diamonds even used in machine-wise? I can't think of any machines that need diamonds in them. There's probably some. Oh, it's Maru's birthday today. I definitely knew that. Like, first thing I thought of. Maru's special day. Because it's, you know, raining. Nan, welcome in. Diamond saws, yes. That's IRL. I was more talking about machines in-game. I don't think there is a diamond saw in-game, right? Ooh, I do like laser stuff. Hi, I like shorts. They're tasty and easy to eat. That is the #1 Yelp review on shorts. Welcome in. Oh no. Do not want to butcher your name. Alima? Please tell me how wrong I got that and how I can correct myself in the future. The Geode Crusher. Yes, that's right. I'm all done with those, so I guess I don't need diamonds for machines. I knew there was one. There's always one. You can make jukeboxes with it as well. Well, wait, no, that's Minecraft. Onion, that's Minecraft. I think you know that, judging by the kappa attached to your comment. Ali Emma. Okay, let me fix that. Or is it Ali Emma? I'm just gonna write it like that and get confused in the future. Ali Emma? Ali Emma. Okay. Ali Emma. Is that what I said the first time? I don't think my memory is built for this streaming thing. You just got onioned. It just sounds like you threw an onion at someone. You just got an onion thrown at you. Suppose that's better than being defenestrated or something, but still not great overall. Whoops. Ellie. No! One too many. I definitely think I would notice onions under my bed. The smell alone would be horrendous, but the bugs would probably be the key indicator. I feel like that would be a pretty cruel prank on someone. They just find onions in their shoes. You imagine like putting on your shoes and like, wait, why won't my feet fit? And you just pull out a whole onion from the shoe. I'd like to see the look on someone's face when that happens. Hey Doobie, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. I think someone just did the so it's on cooldown, but if you wait a few more seconds, Doobie, and do it again, it should work. Why do I need all those carp? Well, as it turns out, there is this lovely thing called... Oh no, what's it called? Carp Surprise, which is the perfect name for it. Where you have to have 4 carp for each one. So you need a lot of carp, unfortunately. There's also an FAQ. So Doobie, the basic idea of the challenge is I'm collecting 999 of every item in the game. So Miss Angler is an item in the game, so I want a whole stack of her. Yummy carp indeed. Four carp, that's too many carp. I mean, too many carp spoil the broth. But that's why it's a surprise. You booped. You should make booping cost money. I need to become rich somehow. Whoops. Don't smash the shell. Fun. I consider the challenge relaxing. A lot of people think I'm... what's the word I'm looking for? Strange for attempting such a thing. However, I find it relaxing. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of time investment, but it's just how I've been playing Stardew for so long at this point that it's just become a routine for me. Takes a lot to make a stew. Yes. One thing about me that I think has probably already shined through from my streaming is I make a lot of very obscure references. Sometimes they're not obscure, but sometimes they are very obscure. So if you don't understand something I say, that's probably why. You can feel free to ask me about it, because I love explaining my obscure references, but I apologize if you miss it. It's very likely I've said some things quite a few times that probably no one in chat understood. I love the grind for Stardew, so this sounds fun. No, this is the grind for Stardew, so there's not much more you can do. More grindy than this. So you found the right place. Let's make Minecraft and have an epic battle. Oh, let's play Minecraft and have an epic battle. I've been considering starting a server for my Discord. Definitely on my list of things to maybe do at some point. I don't know how many people would be interested though. I feel like every time I join a server for Minecraft, it's like everyone gets disinterested so fast, and I don't want that to happen. So I want to make sure people want to do it before we actually do something like that. Minecraft server? Part of the problem is I'm really busy right now. Like, I'm getting started for my new job, so I have to fill out, like, dozens of forms. And I'm still finishing off the last few weeks of school for my other job. MC server would give my life purpose. Yeah, it's fun. Oh, I'm switching from being a teacher to being a teacher. It's just a different job. It's the same general job, but it's a different school. Yep. I was offered the job on Friday, and I decided to take it. So now I'm getting all settled, and it won't start until August, though. So still got a while before that. And I'm finishing out the school year where I'm at right now. Although that school's already done with the year. So unfortunately for this transition year, I'm actually going to be very far behind. Basically, I lose out on a lot of my summer. Because my current school that I'm at starts really late and ends late. But the school I'm going to starts really early and ends early. So I'm missing out on like 10, 15 days of summer or so. Not quite that many, but it seems like it's that many. What did Squirrel do? You can't watch or play MC because of vertigo. Oh. It has been more than 30 minutes. However, I did take a 10-minute break, so we got a little bit of time left. Yeah, I'm sorry that Minecraft gives you vertigo. Yeah, I was trying to... I played, what's it called? Goodness. The Stanley Parable with a friend of mine, and he couldn't play it because it gave him, like, so much... It made him so dizzy, which is, like, so unfortunate because that game's incredible. I mean, what did you do? You can abide by these... Oh, some of you were there for the D's nuts joke in Habu's chat earlier, right? Habu's like, who just goes into a stream and starts like that? Do not abuse your mod powers, Onion. Yeah, some people have a lot of trouble with that, which I assume you probably also have trouble with, like, VR then as well, right? Because that's probably that on steroids. Ooh, I've heard good things about Core Keeper. I've never played it, but I've definitely heard lots of good things. I have given you mod powers, Onion. I can just as easily take them away. Know this, and continue. That was a really bad time for an ad. I lowered the amount of ads, but it doesn't seem like it lowered that much. I guess it's kind of like confirmation bias. It gives me a pop-up so I know when they happen. Let's play Among Us. We might do that for the next game night. I have to buy the game. No, I actually do have the game. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know how it decides who to give an ad when. But it, like, gives me a notification just like, ads sent out. Which I wish it gave me, like, a warning. Whoops, I ran out. That's silly. Do I have more in here? Nope, I have to go grab some from the island. Today's a busy day. They're all busy days. Oops. You're such a silly willy, Algo. Thanks, I think. My brother sends me so much cool research about VR and how it can help those with chronic pain. Sounds great, but I have vertigo and I can't cope with this reality. Let alone a virtual one. I love how you said that, Squirrel. Never played Among Us and you never will? Oh, why not, Squirrel? You have something against it? It doesn't have, like, jerky motions, so it shouldn't give you vertigo issues. Peachy Queen! Are you trying to get 999 of every item? Yep, every item that stacks. So if the item doesn't stack, like hats or weapons, I don't worry about it. But every item that stacks together, I'm attempting to get a stack of all of those. You can learn more. Oh, thank you, Onion. You beat me to it. Oh, fair enough, Squirrel. We probably wouldn't spend all of game night doing it. And also, having said that, you can't make the next game night, right? So that might be a good time to play it then. So maybe next game night we'll try to play some Among Us. See how it goes. I've never played before, so I imagine it won't go well for me. Yep, Peachy, that's how I like to advertise it for sure. I find it relaxing, because I know what I'm doing, because I do most of the, I've done most of the grunt work for this challenge already, where I figured out what the best way to do everything was, and kind of made a plan. So now it's just following through with the plan, hanging out with chat, getting money, and enjoying my Stardew time. No, DB. So I'm ignoring quality. If you want to talk about quality, you can talk to Chunky right there, who has made the possibly terrible decision, we don't know yet, of doing all qualities for this challenge. Honestly, if it was just fruits and vegetables, I would not mind. The problem is fish. I would probably be willing to do all qualities for everything except for fish. I'm not. No, I'm not playing the fishing game. $300,000 times? At least. It's not something I'm interested in doing in my entire life. There's a few other things where the quality is also a problem, but that's the one that sticks out in my mind. The nice thing about fish ponds is I don't have to do that, and I'm going to enjoy that aspect of fish ponds. Part of the thing is, too, the whole idea of the challenge for me was like, I want a stack of every single item. So I'm living up to the roots of it, you know? Every item that stacks, I called it the 999 challenge, because it was get 999 of each item. So it never had anything to do with quality. That was never a thought in my mind. Really, I hadn't thought much about it until I started streaming it and people kept asking about it. Whoops, whoops, nope, that's not how we... Okay. I'm glad you like the FAQ, Peachy. Let's see here. Yes. I tend to write a little sarcastically, so I'm glad people enjoy that. I also write a lot. I have a problem when writing. I go on a lot of, like, tangents and, like, talk a lot about something for a while until I think I've exhausted the topic. So I do apologize if I ramble on a little bit in there. But it's fun for me to type like that, so I enjoy it. Yeah. Yeah, my FAQ where it says, what do you recommend people do for this challenge? I don't recommend you do this challenge. But if you are serious about it, here's some tips. It is a lot of work. I've been doing it for, what, over 5 years now? And I've got another three to four in me. Oh, I didn't check the traveling card on Sunday. That's unfortunate. Pet the butt meat, Onion. Pet the butt meat. Oh, you can't catch multiple legends anymore. Some random teen. You can get no quality any fish pretty easily. Oh no, you can't get no quality legends, can you? Huh, what's your plan for that, Chunky? Because you have to catch them in a very specific area. I mean, if it's impossible to get something, you don't have to worry about it, because you can't get it. That's my thought on that process. My hopeful estimate, J-Curve, is 3 years. My realistic estimate is 4 years. We'll see how it goes. It depends how much I stream more than anything else. Because that's IRL time, obviously. Oh, I'm really glad you like the farm, Peachy. I'm planning on doing a farm tour, which will be done offline, and I'll upload it to YouTube. I'm thinking out how I want to do that still. But I think that'd be a really good idea. Most people have been watching the stream for a while, like, know where everything on the farm is and how I like to get around and everything like that. But it'd be nice for a video I can point people to if they're curious. There is a video on my YouTube channel about the chests, so like the different colored chests. So like what all the colors mean, where I store everything. So if you are interested in that, that's available for you. What's all is in the shed? The shed has just preserve jars in it. And that's it. Alright, I think I've done everything else today. Yes, it's time to go fishing, I believe. I'm almost out of wild bait. That'll last through the day, at least. Oh yes, and I also have a VODs channel. Thank you, Squirrel. Yeah, where I just upload all VODs to that channel. So if you ever miss a stream and you wanted to see like something in particular, or if you want to remember something that I said, which, yeah, I mean, I think some reason that some streamers don't have VODs channels is so that people can't do that, but it's available there. I've only been streaming for about 3 months, so not too much content there yet. Which is crazy how amazing you've all been, like, welcoming me into this community. I just started streaming, and like, make sure I'm doing everything right here. Well, I'm just so happy that everyone is enjoying this challenge so much as I am. Even when I'm stuck here fishing in the rain. Oh! Oops. Yeah, I love hanging out with other Stardew streamers. Habu, though. I've been watching Habu for like 3 years now, probably. Probably a little longer than that, even. That was actually... That's probably right around when he started streaming. So yeah, maybe less than 3 years. Feels like 3 years. COVID's weird. Fishing in the rain. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, it was like really cool for me. Because like I'd been doing this challenge run since the game came out. And I was like... Suddenly I found streamers like, oh, other people are doing challenge runs of Stardew. I didn't even realize that was a thing. I don't know how I discovered it. I think I was... Well, I played Stardew a lot, so I think I searched on Twitch for like Stardew streamers, and I think I found Taboo, because even back then he was one of the bigger streamers. I'm like, oh, you're doing challenges too. That's what I do. That's so awesome. I joined the Do Crew Discord, and I was following along with like all the other challenges since then as well. And I talked about my challenge on the Do Crew Discord a bit, and that's part of why Gug ended up contacting me to do the video. Which I'm so glad we did, because now I'm streaming, and I've been having so much fun with it. The Do Crew, it's a bunch of Stardew streamers that do challenge runs. I don't have a link to it. I don't know how I would get a link to it. But if you go to, like, Chord or Haboos or Pianos or Blade's channel, they probably have a link in their bio. It's just the Discord for, like, all of them. I think it's... Okay, it's Zanji, Piano, Blade, Haboo... Chord, and Brandigan? I don't know if I missed anyone there, but I think that's everyone. Yeah. Yeah, the Stardew Cup and the Stardew Valley Trials, like, all Stardew Valley streamers have been growing like crazy because of that. I don't use any mods on this farm, no. This is a completely modless run. I've considered doing a different playthrough where I check out some mods. I'd love to do like a blind playthrough of Expanded where I don't look up anything and I try to do like just put a whole bunch of mods on and see what happens. I don't actually look at what any of them do. Sprinkle Theory, welcome in. Oh my gosh, the Stardew Valley Cup was so much fun, and the trials The trials were so intense. Oh my, like, I think the trials are the reason I started streaming. I was just like, I don't know why exactly, but it's like, that's the reason I wanted to end up start streaming. That's what made me, like, love Stardew Valley streaming. So I've been thinking about it for a while when Doug contacted me about YouTube. I was like, oh, that's really cool. You know, I had been thinking about streaming, so it'd be kind of fun to see if people were interested in watching this challenge at all. I'm doing well as well. Thank you for asking, Sprinkle. Yeah, I've been really happy lately, just overall. Streaming thing has been going really well. My job's been going really well. Well, not my current one, but my new job that I'm getting soon is gonna go really well. Just overall, everything's been going great. I have no complaints. Oh yeah, the Stardew Valley Cup was it was hosted by Z and Concerned Ape. It was a bunch of Stardew Valley YouTubers and streamers, and probably just those two. Now that I'm thinking about it, it was basically like an Olympics for Stardew Valley. Ooh, and I would like to hear that, actually. I don't know. I don't think I would do that soon, is the thing. I'm not thinking about doing it soon, but that's like something I'd like to do in the future. It's like a blind playthrough of a bunch of mods without knowing what any of them do, and just like discover all that stuff on my own. That'd be really fun to me, I think. Like, I know the basics of the game, but like all the new stuff I wouldn't know. And I'd have to ask people in chat not to spoil, but... Yeah, now that I'm following all these Stardew Valley streamers on Twitter and everything, like, expanded stuff keeps popping up, and I'm like, no, I don't want to look at what the updates are. And I occasionally watch streamers who use expanded, and I have to, like, try my best not to remember what they're doing. I mean, I thought about something like that. I thought about doing a challenge kind of like Shawneedo did. But it would get really complicated, is the thing with stacks. Like, there's a few stacks that are extremely easy, and then there's a lot of stacks that would take a long time. But I think it would be kind of fun to do something like that. I'd probably make it individual, though, not like a team thing. Because organizing team things is difficult, and I wouldn't make it all at the same time, either, because timing things is difficult. So many anglers indeed. This honestly wasn't very good. I almost got 50 the last time I did it. We only got 23 this time. Oh, you finished Shawneedo's challenge? I actually didn't finish it. I DNF'd it. I couldn't. Because nothing was going right for me, and I just said, nah. Oh, your Switch died? I'm sorry to hear that, J-Curve. Got it charging now, I assume. What were you playing? Z or Z? We're on Z, right? Be surprised if I forgot that. Oh, thank you, Samantha. Sorry, I just saw your chat now. Well, Ridgeside and Expanded can both be put on, right, Anna? Anne? I don't know why I said Anna. My brain is so weird sometimes. Oh, you're playing Stardew Valley. Oh, no! Did it kill your day? Oh, that sucks. Oh, the challenge. Yeah, you might be noticing here that I'm actually... Is this the right one? I don't think this is a Miss Angler. But I'm not sure, so I'm going to catch it. Yeah, you might notice here, I am not going to finish this quest. But that's fine, because I'm just trying to get as much of the same fish as I can. I'm okay with punting away that 20 Q gems. It's not that important to me. Oh, you lost the day. I'm sorry to hear that. That's like the most infuriating thing to me. I've had power outages before with Stardew Valley running, and it's just like, oh, well, I lost that whole day, I guess. That's why I just hate resetting days, too. I don't know if I could do a challenge run where I have to constantly reset days. It's just like, it's so demoralizing when you have to do the same day over and over again, for me at least. Hike perch. That's a fun way to say it. The PC is pretty good. I'd probably be able to run it all. Streaming it, though, that seems a little tough, maybe. I'll see how it runs before I try to stream it, obviously. Uh-oh, what's Onion doing? Ooh, wow, that's fancy. I'm gonna have dinner real quick, BRB. Oh, Onion's not doing anything. See you in a bit, Onion. Enjoy your dinner. I had so many mod ideas when Stardew Valley was coming out. I wrote them down. They're somewhere in a document in my Google Drive. I said so many. I had like 3. But I thought they were good ideas.
Oh, it's a person.
Peachy Queen, thank you so much for the follow. Apologize for my current appearance. I've just got a really bad itch on my back. I think I got it. Poor Onion getting accused over nothing. That does remind me, though. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a person.
Doobie, thank you so much for the follow. Ugh.
Oh, it's a person.
The Malden Sea Salt, thank you so much for the follow as well. We're putting secrets back really quick. Hey, I actually said it right. I saw it as I was walking away. I don't think these mod ideas exist. They were a little specific. Although one of them might exist. I had the idea of just like when you're fishing in the lava, instead of getting trash, you get like minerals. So when you're fishing for the lava eel, you don't get like newspaper and stuff like that. Instead, you get like obsidian and like very rarely diamonds and things along those lines. Lewis is removed. That mod definitely exists. I believe it. Y'all got such a hate boner for Lewis. I swear. Some people have flaws, it turns out. It doesn't mean you gotta hate them. I mean, you can do whatever you want, though. Not a mod, but Z, did you just, like, kill him? Have you never heard that term before? That might be an American term. Oh, you know what it is. You're just joshing me. Don't josh me. I'll believe you. I can't sense sarcasm through tone on Twitch stream. If you're being sarcastic, do /Josh afterwards, so I know. The Mines one just looks like red water. Yeah, it's just cherry Kool-Aid or fruit punch Kool-Aid. Like 1,000 to position X and he yeeted into the void. How have I not seen that? That's amazing. And also incredibly appropriate. This is not a safe place for Lewis. Not anymore. Hey, I passed out in bed. That's nice. Alright, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your food. And enjoy your time away from me. See you in a bit, Chunky. Hey, you know, Leah, I've been thinking a lot about our relationship lately, and, well, I made you this salad. There, perfect. Whoop. Ah! You made this? I made this. It's a little tip if you're trying to get to 14 hearts with your spouse for the final event. Just give them back what they give you. It's so easy, but it works so well. Get rid of all this. I should use the delete key, but it's pretty far away. Which is to say, it's not really that far away at all. I'm just lazy. In fact, I think I have it on my hotbar. Oh yeah, I do. Good to know. I probably shouldn't have deleted that. That was just 3,000 gold, but whatever. You have an appointment later? Oh man. Squirrel, what time is it there? It must be like 4 a.m.? Wait, what? That can't be right, right? Okay, I'm way off. Wow. Good job, Samantha. You got that, the Kiwi time difference down. Sorry, Peachy, what'd you say? I have done the challenge before. It's not too hard if you have a lot of crop space. The main thing is you have to propagate quickly. So doing like the mines or something gets you a lot of Q beans because they can drop from killing enemies, they can drop from breaking rocks. There's lots of different things like that. So if you can get like 20 or 30 like on the first day and get them planted with Deluxe Speed Grow, you can double them using the seed makers very quickly. There have been people that have gotten well over 1,000 if you just get them going quick enough. -5 plus 24. I like it. Wait, why would you need to plus 24 if you're... Isn't that just a whole day? Alright. Oh, we need to get green algae and 2 of these. Is it green algae? Yes, 2 green algae. I don't know if you can all hear my dog barking, but he's doing it because he loves you. I know you're a day ahead, but it's like... It's the same time, it's just 24 hours later. Oh wait, we need to, We love Doggo too. I'll let him know later. Although I'm sure he knows. I have failed the quest before, so it's by no means like super easy, Preachy Queen. Nothing like that. It's just like that's the way you've really got to do it. You have to get started really early. And double it like as soon as you can. It's a fish pond, eat fish pond world out there. I have no idea what that means. I apologize for saying it, honestly. Hey. Gotta go eat dinner now? No problem, Hedgehog. Thanks for stopping by. Hope we'll see you again soon. I can put this away now, which is nice. Oh, the very nicest thing I can put away. Totally forgot. I can get rid of these. There we go. And this cloth here. Beautiful. Banana. And mushrooms. We will need to get our magic rock candy today. Oh no, what have I done? I did the thing I said I wouldn't do. No. we got that starfruit back at least. I hope that wasn't all of them, by the way. Okay, it just said one. That'd been really annoying. Don't call me a doofus. I make mistakes. I'm only human. You're eating dinner one-handed while typing? Oh, man. Eating dinner one-handed sounds tough, unless you got like a burrito or something. Burrito sounds really good right now, actually. I'm glad I ate before stream today. It better taste freaking delicious. That was like a really expensive starfruit. 398 spaces at the end. It doubled every other day. Ooh. Deluxe speed grow with agriculturist is 2 days. A burger, so not so bad. I know. I wish I love burgers so much. But just like, sometimes burgers are the messiest things in the universe. And I want to love them, I do, but they're all over my shirt instead of in my mouth. Luca! Thank you so much for the subscription. Oh, welcome to the stack, Luca. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, your sub badges, just the one sub badge, and your emotes, where you can spam emotes, including this one. Ooh. And this one, and this one. Oh, they're all so nice, aren't they? And I'm not just saying that because I made them, although that's a big reason why I'm saying it. Oh, also, yes, Leah Pride. Of course. How could I forget Leah Pride? Brand new emote, courtesy of myself and Onion working together. Oh, we got some other responses, it looks like, to your question, Preachy. Which is awesome. I got really lucky. I got the quest on the first day of winter, so I could just use the entire farm. Yeah, winter is a really good day for it, a really good year for it. Because if you've got your farm like open on winter, you can't really grow that much else anyways. Oh, I didn't even think about bombing the mines, Samantha. That'd be a good idea to get a lot of beans. Leah was your first wife? Well, Leah is wonderful, so you should feel lucky. What did I just do? I went to the quarry to drop these off. What did I put in there? We're going back to the quarry. Did I put something else in there on accident? It looks like I have everything in my inventory. I have no idea what I did. Oh, it is 3 days? I think with hyperspeed grow and agriculturist you can do 2 days. But then you need hyperspeed grow, which... yeah, it's a lot. Alright, I don't know if we can fit in a gem talk here. I want to go to the island tonight. How about this? We'll get our magic rock candy, and we'll go to the island, and if we have time, we'll do gems. Or at least some of the gems. Two. Ooh. I did not know that, Anne. I actually didn't know you could get them from geodes. That's good to know. I might be using some of these methods in the future, because I will need to Q-Bean harvest for my my Q-Fruit jelly and wine that apparently is a thing. I saw that on Google, but then I accidentally forgot to do it. Who among us has not been in that position? Forgot I did that. I'll be impressed if anyone gets that reference. It's a pretty popular video, but I don't know. I'll go, what is an old school technology that you still use daily? Well, I'm glad you asked, Squirrel, because I have for you a TI 84 Plus graphing calculator. First invented in the 1950s. I have no idea when it was invented. And still the same price 75 years later. I might be exaggerating slightly on the time it came out. Glasses? Oh yeah, glasses are a good example. What's something else too? I mean, wheels. I feel like there's a lot that you could probably say here, Squirrel. Do you pack up your Stardew to this floppy disk? You know what? I hadn't considered that, Squirrel, and I'm gonna continue to not consider it because it seems like a good way to lose those save files. I used to have a floppy disk reader on my computer, just because the guy who helped me put my computer together had an extra reader, and he's like, yeah, you're not using this part of your computer for anything, so I just went ahead and installed it for you. It was also like a microchip reader, but it had a floppy disk insert. I think most people know what a floppy disk is, just because it's like one of those things that is, since it is the save icon, people like ask about it, and then everyone who knows what a floppy disk is like, oh my god, kids are never gonna know what the save icon is, and then they ask about it, so now they know. It's not that complicated, right? It's not hard to figure out what it is. I mean, it's just what a USB drive used to be before we could fit them on a USB drive. I mean, I did not use them in high school. I didn't use them in any school, I don't think. They were still kind of used when I was in elementary school, but they were mostly discontinued by the time I started, like, primary school. Primary school is like a British term, right? Easier than trying to burn a CD? Burning CDs was pretty easy. You just put it in the disk drive and you press burn. I did that when I was like 10. Made my music, downloaded from LimeWire. What is another ancient technology that I use every day? Does cup holder count? I'm just looking around my room. That's not helpful. You couldn't save papers to CDs. Yeah, that's true. But that's what floppy disks were for. Remember when you could only, like, how many papers could you fit on a floppy disk? Floppy disks didn't have that much storage, but papers are, like, not that much, right? Fire! I did go to a bonfire, like, a few nights ago. My family was very slow to adapt new technologies. We didn't get a digital camera until way late. Back in my day, we used to carve photos on rocks. In order to get the shape right, you'd have to stand still for over 6 hours. Stairs. We're just, like, looking at things and saying them now, aren't we? Cups. Pencils. Pens. Books. Turns out we use a lot of things from the ancient past. Oh god, do I sound that old? No, I'm intentionally making it sound silly. You're fine. Cassette mixtapes. I don't use those for sure. I used to have an analog wristwatch. I feel like every time I get a watch, it dies in a terrible fire or something because I never figure out what happens to it. I've had like 2 smartwatches, and I don't know where either of them are. I bet I could find them if I looked hard enough. I like how like the new smartwatches look, but I feel like I lose things too easily to have those. I don't think I've ever owned like a really fancy wristwatch though. That was like an analog one. Cassette mixtape. I used to use them. In fact, I ruined several when I was really young because I was like, "Ooh, this is so cool." They like, you pull some of this out and then you got this little paper. Yeah. A different storage media for different file types. I mean, that's still kind of true. No, it isn't. I mean, that's why it's called a USB. I'm pretty sure that first word is universal, right? Alright, we're gonna try and actually do something today, like the mines. I feel like I've been far too busy. Just running around in circles. We're gonna work hard today to finish everything off. But before that, I think we can fit another prediction in here. We're gonna get more Omnis, or are we gonna get more something else? Uh-oh. There we go. Vote now on your phones. That's a reference most people should get. Might not know what it's from. It's kind of hard to place, but 100 imaginary points to anyone who knows what that's from. The vote now on your phones thing. It might be from a few things, but if you guess mine. Onion, you're back. We started a prediction without you. Not American Idol, no. Although, technically, I guess. I'll give you a hint. It's from a YouTube video. A very popular one. One of the more popular YouTube videos in the last, like, 5-10 years. That isn't music. Ooh, Believer's sweating on that one. Ooh, yeah. That's a, that's a disparity for sure. Poor Omnis. Someone should vote like 10 on the Believer side. There's a chance. Alright, we need 3 of these and 1 of these. Someone did vote 10, okay. 58? Okay, okay. We got some money down. There is no money back guarantee. Keep that in mind. Competitors emerge. Alright, Believers. I'm on your side here. I think Omnis are going to make a comeback. Let's go, Omnis. Every statue is going to be an Omni geode. Look at the fancy green water. They like to say it's because the fish are breeding, but I think it's actually just because Joja dumped a whole bunch of toxic waste, and all the animals are fleeing to land, and that's why there's more coral and everything else, and rainbow shells because they can flee. Yeah, Believers are making bank, and they'll deserve it. Look at that. 2 Omnis. We're already off to a great start. That doesn't look so great for Omnis, does it? That makes more sense. They dumped the leftover dye they used to make the cola cans blue. Yeah, I can believe that for sure. That's why it's green. No. No! I don't want to change my profession. I forgot to vote. Well, there is a recovery going on here. Only down by 10. Actually, pretty much where it was to start. No, it was down by like almost 20 on the start, right? Okay, there's a few omnis here. I don't think it's going to make up the 10 difference, though. Unfortunately. So, I am sorry for the few believers of you. Non-believers, enjoy your 2 points apiece. Are you sure you don't want to change your profession, bud? Yeah, clicking on us quite a lot. Ooh. Bye-bye, Iridian bars. I'm gonna enjoy my millions. Yay, I win again. How many points did you get? I'm very curious. Was it more than 5? $12 apiece. Well, it matters how much you put in, right? Because if you put in more than someone else, you get more points. Oh, you got 60. Wow. How'd you get 60? Oh, I see. You're making me do the math. Alright, alright, alright. No, I don't want to do the math. I changed my mind. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying, J-Curve. But fine, I'll do the freaking subtraction. You got 12. Thank you, Anne. You saved me some calculator effort. It was a game, risk a lot to gain almost nothing. It was the opposite, right, Joyous Water? The people who put in for the victory were risking almost nothing. They risked like 30 points. And they had the chance to get thousands back. Alright, we're gonna go to the south. Come on. Of course he didn't want to go. And if you're picking out mods, let me use my tools while on a horse. That's going to be the mod I want more than anything. Why did I buy batteries? I don't need batteries. I do need this. Oh, there's a fiddlehead right there! Ah. That's a far walk. I think we're going to call that one burned. They blend in. It's not fair. It's just not fair. Okay, so we've done mostly everything. We've got the island stuff left, but that should only take me, hopefully, a little bit. I think I'm going to do volcano mines afterwards. We're going to grab our mega bombs while we're here. And also explosive ammo, because we are a little low. I know how to put it on there. Eat a mushroom. Wait, the negative energy goes up? That's so funny. I didn't think about that. How much energy do I have? I could eat all of these mushrooms, actually. Nom 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 nom. Tasty mushrooms. Is there a mod where you can put like a bulldozer on the front of your horse? Just run through things and people. I want that mod. There's probably a mod that lets you use your horse as like a pseudo tractor, right? I instead of like pulling something to the back, I just want like a bulldozer front. This happens a lot. I'm gonna talk to CA about this. Not that I can, but like it always spawns here, just out of reach. It's the exact same spot every time. I think that's one that he missed because he went back and made like all the spots reachable, I think. Well, most of them. That one's there a lot. I wouldn't want the tractor mod. It seems a little bit OP. It just kind of makes it boring, you know? I'd be okay with things like automate just to try them out. I might not even use them, but I wouldn't want the tractor. I like to think of myself as your farmer's intrusive thoughts. Wonder what that mushroom tastes like. Yeah, that's probably pretty close to what my farmer's intrusive thoughts would be like. Now, I really want to eat that sap. Has anyone thought that before? Like, sticky stuff from tree. Let me put that in my mouth. I guess maple syrup is basically that, huh? I'm willing to bet that a lot of humans have had that thought at some point. Ooh, what's that? Let me put it in my mouth. Let's put everything back, I guess. Eat a stack of sap. Yeah, I got the maple syrup out, don't worry. That is what maple syrup is, I understand. I imagine most sap does not taste like maple syrup, though. So, who's the guy who ate the sap and it was like, oh, this is inedible nasty crap. And then someone else kept trying it until they found the one that tasted good. It's like, oh, this one's actually pretty good, guys. No one believed him, obviously, because like all the other sap tastes like crap. Just like any toddler. I have a running theory that humans don't mature beyond toddler age. I think it's been proven right so far. Welcome in, by the way, Worried Mart. We just gain more ways to express ourselves, but we don't actually mature anymore. That's true. Probably smells better. There are plenty of things that smell good that don't taste good, though. Flowers don't taste good, right? I guess I haven't tried those. Alright, let's get ourselves some mummified bats. You have to boil maple syrup for days or something before it tastes good? I don't really know because I'm not Canadian. Thank you for that. I teach science at school. I will be teaching physics in the coming fall year here. Right now I'm teaching earth science, though. My degree is in physics, so I would like to teach physics. Get up. Can you please teach chat physics? I already have. Every time I open Geodes, I teach chat physics. I'm running out of topics. That's not true. There are a lot of topics in physics. I think next time we're going to talk about the possible ends of the universe. Then maybe we'll actually get started on some relevant physics. I don't know, that sounds boring, doesn't it? Why would we want to learn about things that are relevant to our lives? And we can learn about black holes and stuff. I am actually saying that unironically. There's a tooth there, you're right. I should be careful not to blow it up. Why am I drinking more coffee? It's a big floor. I don't like it. Mummified bat number 1. Good, I like to have a spot for it so it doesn't like fall into lava. Oh, Chunky, I found out you don't need to deconstruct ladders for stone. Just when you're getting mummified bats, you'll get enough stone from that. I'm being honest about that, too. Oh, Chunky's eating, isn't he? I'm gonna put that on my tips list. Although, deconstructing the ladders from the stone is probably not something that matters enough, so... Sorry, you were asking about vectors? You tutor physics and computer science in the evenings? Oh, that's awesome, Doobie. Lavender definitely smells like it would taste really good, but I don't think it does. It probably just tastes like nothing. Maybe. They put lavender on some food, right? What of the 1.5 items were you least excited about from the challenge perspective? You mean like currently or when the update first came out? Because there's quite a few I didn't discover until a while into the update. The thing I was most excited about when the challenge came out was the deconstructor. It really changed a lot of how things worked in this challenge. And it turned out to be like extremely useful even beyond what I thought initially. The thing that was like I foresaw being the most annoying, and I saw it pretty early, and it's still annoying, is the banana sapling. That was the one I focused my ire on, but it turns out fossilized heads are also pretty bad. The banana sapling is, I knew ahead of time. I didn't know, actually, you could get them from golden coconuts at first. So my thought process was literally like, I need to get 5 dragon teeth for every banana sapling. Which was, I was just like, I don't think I'm going to do that. But luckily we can get them from golden coconuts now. Yeah, so when the update first came out. So that's my answer for that. I just don't get adding vectors. Adding vectors is easy. You take one vector and you put it on top of the other vector, and then they add together to create the new vector. You can literally just do it by drawing them and measuring them out and doing trigonometry. That's the kind of slow way to do it, honestly. But you can do that, and it does give you the right answer. There's a faster way by taking the dot product. That's essentially what you're doing when you're adding vectors together. Is you're taking the dot product of them. Which that might have been what you're confused about, because the dot product sounds like made up something or other. Oh, there you go, Mart. Yep. I added a ring command because people do ask about it a lot, because it is an interesting question. But thank you, Onion, for fulfilling the command's use. One mod I think you'd have fun with would be the combined many rings mod. I don't want to like break the game or anything, Ann. Casey, welcome back. Awesome to see you again. Maybe if it got like more and more expensive, Ann, that might be something I'd be willing to do. So you gotta pay like, it gets like exponentially larger. Onion, why do you keep winning duels against me? Did you rig this? You made it, right? I don't think I've beaten you before. Oops, there we go. Just get better. Okay, I'll try. I'm sorry, how many items do you have stacked on you? It's not game breaking. I use a balanced one, so it gets more expensive. It has a chance to destroy the ring. Oh, I don't like mechanics that have chances to destroy things. I mean, I get it, right? But it's like, I guess there is a limit to how powerful it can get, because you can't combine the same rings together, I would assume. So, like, you'd probably just put, like, 10 of the same ring on each one. I've only gotten one mummified bat. That's pretty abnormal, actually. Kale, welcome in. I'm doing really well today. I'm glad you asked. How are you doing? Hope everything's going well. I just tried to, like, AC cancel break the rock with my hammer, which, as it turns out, is surprisingly not what the hammer is for. Paradoxically, use the hammer to hit things that aren't rocks. Let's try not to die. It's just like doesn't feel like danger. It's like, oh, I'm just wasting my time because my ring broke this time randomly by chance. I know. You might have noticed this from watching me, but I'm a bit of a completionist. So when I see I can combine my rings, the thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make the most powerful ring possible, no matter how many tries it takes. Good to hear that, Kel. Just combined every single ring together. At least every single one with a beneficial effect. Bye, Ruby. Ooh, look at those magma caps. We got 6 of them. Hot Java ring only. I mean, it's so easy to get coffee. It's nice to have that early on, but once you're later in the game, you have so much money that there's like no point. In my opinion. It saves you money, I guess. But like, ring slots are kind of precious. No mummified bat, still. Ooh. Keep stacking the stone. Infinite coffee. At that point, you're just selling the coffee for money. And there's a lot of coffee. Hey, oh, let's make sure we grab those, huh? Taro tubers. Bye. I just trade diamonds for triple shot, which is actually not a good trade, but it saves me. Oh, it's 2 a.m. When did that happen? Whoops. Did we only get one mummified bat? That's kind of annoying. I was kind of hoping for more than that. Saving it for the Q quest. That's a smart way to do it. Yeah, we only got one. We got some other nice stuff, though. I can't complain too much. Well, I can, but I won't. It's raining again. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hey, I know whose birthday that is. It's Alex's birthday. Congrats, Alex. On being born, I guess. I was just thinking, like, you could learn a lot about Stardew Valley just by kind of thinking about how the calendar works. Like, you could probably approximate the distance the planet is from the sun, or whatever sun there is in this solar system. Because you know the approximate mass. Well, actually, I guess you don't. Is there anything that tells you, like, weight in this game? You could, like, kind of estimate what, like, the acceleration due to gravity would be on this planet, and work from there to try and figure out the orbital distance from the sun and the... Okay. Maybe I'm doing this a little too much. CA's least favorite bachelor's birthday. Did he admit to that? That doesn't seem like something he would admit to. Weapons have weight. That's true, but that's not exactly correct weight, right? Okay. I was hoping like something would say in its description, like, this weighs this many pounds, or something like that. Then you can measure how fast it falls out of your inventory. That might be a little too error-ridden. Oh, no problem, Frazzle. Oh no, I'm sorry, opposite. Welcome in, Frazzle. That work is all finished up with. Unfortunately, this is probably going to be my last day. Getting close to the 4-hour mark, and I don't know, I'm tired. Week's been busy. I could probably go longer, but I want to get some good rest tonight for Friday. So probably just this day, and then we'll probably call it after that. Not something he would admit to, but he made the person who loves sunshine have an entirely rainy birthday. Oh my goodness. Wait, does it always rain on this day? I thought that was like an every other year thing. Is it actually every year on Saturday the 13th it rains? That couldn't have been intentional, right? But, Anne, you're making some good points there. That seems pretty intentional. So it always rains. I thought that was an every other year thing. But yeah, I could definitely be wrong about that. Yeah, that's too bad. Well, you have Saturday, Frazzle. That's kind of why I like to have a different time stream on Saturday. And, I actually don't know what I'm going to do when school ends. I might adjust my schedule to be longer streams on single days, or it might just be more streams. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, that's coming up. I'll be done with school in 2 weeks. Thinking probably more days. Maybe like one will be earlier in the day on a weekday. Earlier for me. Who knows what for the rest of you. Oh, is it time to buy hay? We're getting close to the end of our hay supply, aren't we? Oh, in 2 weeks' time you'll be available anyways. Stream for 10 hours a day. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Ann. Might be a little beyond my capabilities. I still get tired of streaming after like 4 hours, and if I push through that, I can usually last about 8 hours, but I think after 8 hours, I have to like really prepare myself to do something like that. Banana. A lot of bananas. Should do something with them. I appreciate you pretending I can't understand sarcasm through Twitch, and should know this by now. Alright. Go to the beach. Beach will be nice today. I, in general, have trouble understanding sarcasm. I take everything seriously because I trust you all so much. It's like, yeah, Anne is literally suggesting that I should overwork myself to the point of, to the brink of destruction, if you will. That sounds like something Anne would do. Something she would do. Of course I trust Onion. Okay, let's be real here. Onion would not be a mod if I didn't trust her. I think that's pretty clear, right? Like... I might joke around about it, but... I'm thinking that was pretty clearly a bad idea. You know, you make some good points, Anne. I'm so trustable. I don't even use the spacebar because people trust me so much. Straight to the island? Really don't have much else I need to do today. Wow. Yeah, I guess we can go straight to the island today, huh? Oh. Oh. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. I need to go to Robin's before I forget here. Oh. Onion. Chill. Thank you for your input. Your opinion has been sent to a committee for study. We'll get an answer back to you in 2 to 6 weeks. Look at all these grapes. Look at them. Some weather indeed, Robin. Wouldn't you be used to it by now? It rains every day. Or it rains this day every single year. Alright, we have to start making some adjustments down here. Now that we're getting close to the bottom. We also have to start thinking about this. This is filling up pretty quickly, actually. Thanks to bombing the mines, I have more clay than I know what to do with. Do you own any axolotl? No, she just owns onions. I actually don't know. It's actually a good question. I don't know why I never thought of that before. I don't, unfortunately. Axolotl are like really hard to keep, right? They like very specific temperature ranges. You have to get like a very good tank for it. I've heard this. This might not be true. Oh my goodness, the geodes! He carves onions into axolotls. I don't know about that. Where did I get my animation canceling strip? I got it on the Stardew Valley speedrun Discord. I don't think I have like a link to that though. You might be able to like look it up. Just like Google Stardew Valley speedrun Discord, and that's in the resources area. You have to download a program that does a script. And basically it just turns your spacebar into an animation cancel button. It's pretty straightforward, honestly. I tried to do it on my own and it wasn't working very well. So Piano told me how to get it from the speedrun Discord. You download a program, you paste it into that program, the thing that is on the Discord, and then you just have to activate it every time you turn on your computer. So if you turn off your computer, it'll turn off, but... Chunky, you're back. We were just talking about you. Only nice things, I assure you. Auto Hotkey is the program? Yeah, that sounds familiar. I haven't really looked at it since I did it, so... Everyone's just yelling Chunky's name, and I'm just sitting here like, okay. Totally kidding. Welcome back, Chunky. How come no one ever yells my name, huh? Could you imagine if I was like that all the time? Nice. I'm not getting any more modified bats this year. Look at that. No one has the time to yell my name. That's correct. You're right. Absolutely correct. Hey, we got another stack of bone fragments. You know why we don't? No, I don't, Onion. Streamer is too predictable. What would you like me to do? What would unpredictable algo look like to you? Do I need to have like funny catchphrases that I come up with every 10 seconds? Do I need to say poggers after every sentence to make sure you understand I was joking? Poggers. What other Zoomer things do I need to do? I can pretend like I don't know what a floppy disk is. We are gonna go to the harder mines today. Never let them know your next move. Do a cartwheel, say poggers, pronounce booba correctly, things like that. Okay. There's not a lot of room in this room. Poggers. Also booba, apparently. Also my shirt. Why I wear an undershirt. Don't clip it. No one needs to see that. I'm such a sellout. I liked Algo before he sold out to his chat, you know? I actually do very good cartwheels. Not to brag or anything, but like legitimately. I used to be very flexible, and I guess my body still remembers what it was like when I was flexible. You saw my hammer go right through that guy, right? I have 0 coordination? Yeah. It's not uncommon. I don't have like I don't have good like hand-eye coordination or like fine motor skills, but when it comes to like moving my entire body, I'm pretty good at it. I did a little bit of diving in high school. I was very good at flipping in the air. Come on. Hello? Thank you. I think the first thing I ever did is I went up to the board to dive. I was just like hanging out with my friends because they were in diving and I was in wrestling. And I was like, hey, can I come visit and see what like diving's like? And I like went off the board and I did a 1.5 like almost perfectly, and they were all like, wait, how did you do that? I was like, oh, I just jumped off and flipped. Apparently that was a big deal. I did a lot of trampolining when I was a kid, too. I did a little diving in college as well. It was very fun. Ow, my hand hurts. Probably because I just put all my weight on it. Why would you do this to me? I hope you also included the part where Chunky asked me to do those things. Otherwise it kind of ruins the joke. Otherwise it actually makes me look like I'm an idiot. Which I guess I am, but I prefer not to look like it. Why is your hammer stronger than mine? Well, my hammer was forged in the depths of the volcanic caldera of Ginger Island. It's an infinity gavel with plus damage. So I upgraded it with my Galaxy Souls, and I also gave it plus damage. So it's basically the most damage you can have on a weapon, right? I said booba, or did it cut out from the clip? I get the part where you called yourself a sellout. I'm glad you did that. Thank you. My accuracy is so off today. Come on. Oh, come on. Salty algo is salty. Wait, never mind, there was a second one. Double clip. I actually have cartwheeled before my students before. It's like the only thing I can do that impresses them. That and do like 30 push-ups, and they're somehow like amazed that I can do 30 push-ups. Which, to be fair, like after COVID and everything, I don't look like I can do 30 push-ups. Thanks, COVID. Also the cancer. The cancer didn't help with that either. Push-up glasses. Thank you, Casey. Oh, J Curve, do you not know about the trick with this? I didn't even think you might not know about that. Okay, so when you hit, it only hits once, right? It just like hits one thing. But if you hit, hold on. If you hit, so like right click here to hit. Whoops, I'm not on the screen. Probably would help do that. So if you right click, so hit. Wait. What is going on? Why is it? Okay, gotta keep the thing there. So you hit. And then you spam this button. So you hit and then you spam your attack. It hits more times. You can also hit the C key at the same time because that's the same as your basic attack. So if you hit, click this and your C key in rapid succession, it'll do a lot more damage. So that's what makes the hammer like the best weapon in the game, undisputedly. Because of that little trick. You can end up doing like thousands of damage per hit with that. 10 cartwheels. I can't really do a cartwheel in here. I'm impressed that I managed to do it without hitting something that time. There is not a lot of room. I know from your angle, this looks like the most spacious place in the universe. Also, you probably want to watch the game, huh? Sorry about that. Doesn't work for the Switch? I think it does work for the Switch. You can't use your mouse, obviously. But if you just use the button that starts the power move, like the power combo, and then you hit the attack button, you obviously can't press the C key, but it still should work. No, don't show off dirty floor. Honestly, floor is not that bad. I thought it was worse. There's a bunch of anime on the floor over there, though, so I don't want to scar you all. Yeah, Kale. I've talked about it before, I think. I had Hodgkin's lymphoma for about 6 months. I was very lucky. The chemo worked extraordinarily well, and I've had no issues since. I finished chemo about 5 years ago. And had to get a few CAT scans and stuff, but have had no signs since then. That was very anime of you. That is kind of the point, Chunky. Yep, I recovered like perfectly. I was extremely lucky. One, to have an extremely treatable form of cancer. Hodgkin's lymphoma is one of the cancers that has the best possible treatments available because it's so common. 2, I was very young and healthy, so there was no issues with that. And 3, it like just worked perfectly. Chemo sucks, by the way. Like, it might have worked perfectly, but it was not a good time by any means. I'm sure I don't need to tell any of you that, though. Cancer is not exactly depicted as a great thing, because it's not a great thing. Would not recommend it, overall. I did lose my hair, yes. It grew back, luckily. There was a little bit there. Like, it was very patchy, though, so I shaved the rest off while I was going through chemo. It's hard to express, like, just how many nuisances there were during cancer. It was like, everything was harder. It's like, every little thing was just really annoying. When your hair starts to fall out, it doesn't just, like, you know, disappear. It just, like, hurts. That's part of the reason why people will shave their head right away and not try to keep it. It, like, just straight up will hurt. You try to lay on your pillow and, it, like, the dead hair starts to, like, poke into your scalp. Like, your body is, like, hypersensitive to, like, every little touch, too. Like, people touching you starts to hurt rather than just, like, you know, feel like a touching sensation. It's just not a good time overall, honestly. Every little thing is annoying. You're out of breath, like, if you start to sing a song for more than 5 seconds. What are some other annoying things? Oh, food just starts to taste different. Some of you got to experience that during COVID. But, like, just straight up everything that you liked before just doesn't taste good anymore. Everything tastes bland. Heck, even water for me just didn't taste good anymore, which is... like, I love the taste of water, which is... some people say it doesn't have a taste, but it's like... I love drinking water because it feels very flavorful. It just started tasting bland. Everything just felt bland. Might be a good way to describe her overall. Dang it. Come on. Accuracy sucks. Oops. I wonder if Haymaker increases your chances for a mummified frog. I should look into that, because the current method is just not really working. I'm gonna say it probably doesn't, unfortunately. This is the Heart of Q Mines. Do the monsters, rocks drop different stuff? Yes. Lucy, and that's much of the reason why I come here. You get the same like dwarf scrolls and stuff, but you can get like radioactive bars to drop. You can get galaxy souls. You can get Q gems, which are very important. This is one of the best ways we can get Q gems. Also, this area is great for fiddlehead ferns, although I haven't seen a lot today. Unfortunately, like, it's very hard to get a lot of fiddlehead ferns in this game. But this is one of the places you can get a bunch of them. And it's kind of renewable. Most places, it's like, you can get some, but they don't come back. Here I can reset the floors and get more. Not the ferns. The pink cake is just a healing item. I get them for free for my Statues of Endless Fortune. So they're just kind of convenient to have. Rather than buying a whole bunch of life elixirs, which are really expensive. I only need to eat 2 pink cakes to heal me to full, even if I'm near death. Like, just eating salads over and over again is just so annoying. You have to eat like 5 to heal up and everything. With pink cake, it's a lot easier. Me, Algo, hating ferns, yes. Every time I've met someone who's like started this challenge, we just like bond over hating fiddlehead ferns. You can also get auto petters from killing monsters in here. It's very rare, but it's definitely possible. Here. Bad. Yeah, I've had cancer patients, and they are typically some of the nicest people. So patient, even though they're not. You know, part of the reason we're so patient is we just don't have time to be angry. No, that's not entirely true. It's kind of hard to be bitter, you know? You just don't have the thought process to kind of deal with that. You just get more tired of everything. Do you make a heart with your hands with your thumb and pointer finger, or your pointer finger and your middle finger? What do you do with your pointer finger and your middle finger? Never even considered that. Oh, wow. Well, that looks so nice. I've always done it with my thumbs and my pointer finger, but pointer and middle actually makes it like a very easy heart, but my other fingers don't really get out of the way is the problem. I got an auto grabber earlier, which is super helpful for the animals I don't have. Yeah, not everything is going to work out for you, unfortunately. Yeah, you can get anything that drops from a treasure chest as well. So things like purple slime eggs. Although I don't know if I've ever gotten a purple slime egg from doing this before, or a red slime egg. They would be rare, but I'd be surprised if it was that rare. Fortunately, my inventory is full, but I think we are going to end it there. I am getting quite a bit tired here. Sorry, I think I might have missed some chats there because I was going off on cancer for a minute. My mom had coarse hair when it grew back after chemo. It was super soft. Oh, I had the exact opposite, Frazzle. I had extremely soft hair, and I miss it so much. My hair is... I mean, it's still kind of soft, but it's like... I used to not use conditioner, and my friends would be like, why is your hair so soft? Like, what conditioner do you use? My female friends would ask. I'm just like, no, I just put soap in it. Now it's rougher now, unfortunately. My mom, bless her heart, had cancer and sadly passed away because she lost the battle. Yeah. Yeah, I was, like I said, extremely lucky to have a very curable form of cancer, or very treatable form of cancer. That's the word we're looking for. It has a lot of research put into it. I use... Oh, wait, did I say soap? You know what I meant. Shampoo. Whatever. I mean, actually, in high school I used a 2-in-1, so actually it was technically soap. I used hair and body wash. Oh, man. and my hair was wonderful, and my body was clean. So I don't want to hear any complaints from chat. Regardless, I think that's where we're gonna... Oh, we're not gonna have a makeup stream, sorry. I have something tomorrow, unfortunately. Maybe on Sunday. Although I think I'm busy on Sunday, too. Oh, yeah, because we've got game night. I'm doing a lot of air quotes at the end of stream here. I know enough men who use soap as shampoo to not draw that conclusion. That's fair. I mean, I do have the 2-in-1. The 8-in-1. Yes, my body wash, conditioner, shampoo, deodorant, shaving cream, nail polish, car oil, and grease. 8-in-1. 18-in-1. I don't think I can come up with 18 things, Casey. 8-in-1 is toothpaste. Oh, God. Ooh. I still have a hair and body wash that I use for travel, because it's just so much easier to have one thing when I travel for like a week. I don't think it's as bad as people say it is, but I could be wrong about that. Alright, let's find someone to raid. Who are our raid targets? In this corner, weighing in at... I don't know why I'm saying weighing. That seems like a really bad idea leading into a raid. Ooh, we got a few choices here. We're probably gonna raid someone playing Stardew, though. Let's see here. Yeah, I see Lee Chat is live. So is Ethan, though. And Berry Patches is live as well. All three are playing Stardew. It looks like Berry Patches just started, too. Let me, make sound. I don't have a... What's Lee Chat doing? Oh, Lee Chat's doing her fish pond challenge. Okay. I think we're gonna head over to Lee Chaton. Alright. Sorry, the fish pond challenge is so fun to me. Because we're both competing for a number of fish ponds. Let's see. Raid Lee Chaton. Let's get our raid ready here, and we'll say our goodbyes. We'll raid Barry again later. So no need to worry about that. Barry is awesome. Also a streamer from Michigan. But we are going to raid Lee Chat. I think it's been a minute since we've raided Lee Chat, but I'm pretty sure most of you are aware of her. She is an amazing Stardew Valley streamer, a massive pillar of the community, and her birthday is coming up in about
Oh, it's a person.
5 days or so, it looks like. So why don't you go head in there, wish her a good day, enjoy her Stardew Valleying, because she does such a great job. And I think I will see you all again probably on Saturday. I imagine we'll do a fairly long stream on Saturday. I don't have any other commitments that particular day. Alright, let's say our goodbyes really quickly here. See you later, Frazzle and Chunky, Casey, Ninka. Let's see, Dr. Mariana, welcome in and goodbye. I think you've just been lurking, probably. Wait. See you later, J Curve. Oh, I see what happened. It's like your name disappeared, but no, it's because I'm in the other thing. Okay, and for the rest of you and you lurkers out there, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been awesome again. I will see you all again shortly, I hope. I ran out of time.
Up on the leaderboard. Algorithm! Hello? Hello?
Fish
Hi.
ponds.
Thank you for the raid. How is your stream? How is the challenge going?